Well, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Today's November 2nd, 2021, and I want to welcome everybody for our regular session today. And before we get into the pledge, I provide an opportunity for each of our supervisors to say hello. Go to the District 1 Supervisor Patrice Horstman.
Yes, good morning all. It's great to see everybody in November. I can't believe it's November, but I guess we're moving along into our fall. So looking forward to working with members of the public, our staff, and my board members here. So let's get the work done for our county. So great to be here this morning.
All right, thanks, Patrice. And then we have Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez from District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Look forward to having a good meeting today. Again, like Supervisor Horstman said, I can't believe it's November. Time is flying, but good stuff happening, and look forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
All right. And then we have District 4 Supervisor Judy McKay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm also glad, that I'm part of this meeting today again, and that we have a lot before us to discuss and plan and approve. So I'm looking forward to today's meeting, and thank you to everyone that's on the call, and then also my fellow colleagues. I will not be on the camera, but I'm just going to be on the phone most of the day. So thank you very much. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Judy. And then we have our Vice Chair and District 5 Representative, Lena Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much. And boy, we're in the holidays, aren't we? We're moving right along. So it is another beautiful day. Every day is a beautiful day. So thanks so much for joining us and taking the time to join us and just learn more about some of the things that we're working on. County's doing a great job. Thank you, Steve, to you and your staff, and always working and dedicated to our citizens and residents in our county. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Lena. Okay, the next item that we have on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. So if everybody could please rise and join me. And if you don't have a flag, face to the east. And I'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'll report out that I had that emailed to me so I would do it correctly, because I hit one of those phases in my life that you repeat an action, and suddenly it just disappears. So I messed up last week and had the wrong words.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Very quickly, can we do an audio check for Vice Chair Fowler? Her audio is coming across pretty muffled.
Okay.
Hello?
Check. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, talk.
Check.
Okay.
Nothing?
Well, if you get closer to the mic, it'll be good. You were a little muffled before when we began.
Okay, what about now?
Better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. We're ready to go.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Okay, next item of business we have is the call to the public, which is a courtesy the board offers to individuals that would like to bring an item to our attention. It is a courtesy we provide. It's for items that are not on our agenda. So we'll have our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, explain what you need to do if you would like to take advantage of this opportunity. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to provide a comment during call to the public, which is now, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. And then we will be notified that you want to speak. And at this time, Chair Ryan, we don't have any emails in the board comment email box, and we don't have anyone on the phone. So it's just hitting the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, and I'm not seeing any raised hands. You, Lindsay? I would assume the same.
No, there's no hands at this time.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close that portion of the meeting. And the next item of business is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation declaring November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month. And as I understand it, we have Miranda Morales and Rena Contreras ready to read the proclamation for us.
Mr. Chair, also Erica Philpott will also be making some comments on some events that we're sponsoring for this month. So thank you.
Okay, fantastic. And Arca, did you want to, I can provide comment after also. Did you have anything to lead in?
No, I can,
Okay.
I'll share the events afterward. Thank you, Chair Ryan.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm turning it over to Miranda and Narina.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks
Good morning.
for having us here. We're really excited and a little nervous, but we came to represent with our stuff, and I guess we'll just start reading. So, also I'm going to introduce myself. Je Arena Contreras Unishle, Madishkijni, Nishle, Nakai Basishin, Nakai Dashache, Nakai Dashanale.
Yat Chair Ryan and members of the board, Sheya Miranda Morales Yanishya, Hashka Hadzohe Nishle, Kisani Berstrat Bashishchin, Na Kedane Dashache, Na Kesbahe Dashanele, Ahut Ego Astan Nishle, and thank you for having us today.
All right, so proclamation designating November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas the United States Congress began recognizing American Indian Week in 1986, and President George H.W. Bush approved a joint resolution designating National American Indian Heritage Month for November 1990, and similar proclamations have been issued since 1994. And whereas national discourse often refers to Native Americans using terminology such as American Indian, tribes, tribal nations, and indigenous peoples, we recognize that Indigenous incorporates the vast diversity of the first peoples of this continent. And whereas Coconino County values and celebrates Native American culture in our community and workforce, reflecting our core values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that all residents have equitable opportunities to lead healthy, safe, and sustainable lives. Whereas, according to the 2020 US Census, more than 36,225 American Indians and Alaska Natives reside in Coconino County, representing nearly a quarter of the total population. And whereas Coconino County is the homeland to the Havasupai, Hopi, Hualapai, Kaibab Paiute, San Juan Southern Paiute tribes, and the Navajo Nation. And whereas there are 22 sovereign tribes in Arizona whose local economies, foods, medicines, remedies, art, and literature are vital contributions to American life and endeavors.
And whereas Native American culture includes diverse, moving stories of tragedy, triumph, and preservance that deserve circulation of future generations. And whereas Coconino County honors our Native American active duty servicemen and veterans for their bravery and sacrifice, and we recognize how Native Americans answered the call to serve our nation's armed forces in greater numbers per capita than any other group in the United States. And whereas Coconino County honors the achievement of Native Americans, celebrating the rich histories, diverse cultures, and important contributions to our nation. And whereas Coconino County encourages all citizens to learn more about the first peoples of this land, the Native Americans who first called our communities home, and whose sacred lands are acknowledged as their identity, where their ancestors are buried, where their natural laws originate, their libraries and archives, their pharmacy, and the source of all that sustains them from time beyond memory. And now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the positive contributions, selfless sacrifices of Native Americans to our county and nation, we do hereby recognize November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month and encourage all residents to embrace and reflect upon the diversity that strengthens us.
And I turn to our Native American members of our board to see if you would care to make the motion in the second.
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am honored, and thank you so much for reading the proclamation. It too looks so beautiful. I am honored to move that we approve this proclamation that was just read. Thank you.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. And I need a second. Would you care to make the second, Supervisor Begay? So did we lose Supervisor Begay? Yeah, we did.
I'll make the second.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. And Supervisor Begay is using her phone, and telecommunications are always well, we know, we want broadband improved. So I have a motion and a second before us. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. And then I'll provide an opportunity for the board members to comment, but let me turn to Erica so she can tell us about the events that HR and other members of our community will provide.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Good morning, members of the board. Thank you to Arena and Miranda for reading the proclamation today. They are two of the members of our planning committee for this month, and so I want to thank them and the other members of the committee, which includes Janice Bradley, Francine Hanani, Melissa John, Tiffany Kerr, Shirley Watkins, Lisa Yazzie, Cheryl Barlow, Mary Cedillo, Viviana Reyes, Leanne Little, Lawrence Littleman, Ashley Bintz, Jenny Buckinghorse, Haley Anala are all on the committee as well. So thank you to all of them for their hard work on putting such great events together for this month. And had the kickoff on Sunday at the Aerobic Winter Challenge event. So that was a great event. Some other things that are coming up. We have a presentation tomorrow on Wednesday, November 3rd from 11 to 12 on Navajo Nation Courts and Peacemaking by Dr. Raymond Austin from NAU, so partnership there. Also on Wednesday tomorrow from 12 to 1, Christopher David from NACA will be with us to present COVID mental stresses. So that will be a great presentation. Arena will be facilitating and mediating a discussion about the Hulu show Reservation Dogs. So that will kick off on Thursday, that conversation from 12 to 1. Also, there'll be a presentation on Navajo culture and family from Ms. Charlie, which will be on Friday, November 5th from 10 to 11. We have a presentation on Hopi nonprofit supply gift boxes that were used during COVID-19. That'll be on Wednesday, the 10th. Cultural wellness from Carrie Dallas from NACA will be on Monday, November 15th. We have a Hopi culture and family presentation on Tuesday, November 16th at 10. Emmanuel Webb will be presenting a humor and comedy hour for us on Thursday, the 18th from 12 to 1. And Tiffany Kerr will be doing a presentation on ACEs, Adverse Child Experiences, on Monday, the 29th from 12 to 1. So that's a sampling of some of the offerings that we'll be having. There's a couple other presentations as well that are being finalized. And so we'll make sure all of those are on SharePoint. And thank you to the committee for giving us so many educational opportunities throughout the month.
Take off my mute again. Thank you, Erica. Obviously, quite a bit going on, which really appreciate all the efforts on this. What I'll do is turn to the board members next for additional comments, and I'll start with Vice Chair Fowler.
Well, thank you, and thanks so much again for reading the proclamation, and thank you, Erica, to you and your diversity team for putting on these events. And just every year we in November you come up with such great event. So thank you so much. And just to learn about each other, you know, we all come from various walks of life, and that life has made us who we are. And I know that, you know, I didn't speak English at all when I entered school, you know, and there's a lot to learn about each other, and those knowledge that we have about who we are and our own culture and our own way of life, and knowing who we are is very important. You know, we introduce ourselves with our clan, like I'm a Bitterwater clan. What did you eat? It really tells me that I am a Bitterwater woman, and my mother, great grandmother, that goes through all the way back through the lineage. I know who I am, and I know where I'm from. I know where my umbilical cord is buried, and that right there really stabilizes us and really puts a firm foundation down for us. And so recognizing and appreciating different cultures is so important, just to learn from each other. So I again think that, you know, Native American month is, I guess it's not just this month. Every day we should be learning about each other, you know, just to appreciate each other's differences. And that's how we make up this, you know, that's the life that we all have on this Mother Earth here. So anyway, I just want to thank you again for all the events that you put on. Thank you, Steve, and your team, and board members. You know that you all have input into these events, and so in the communities too. There are different events that are happening, that's going to be taking place. So thanks so much. And a proclamation that just really, you know, we even recognize the Native American veterans. You know, we all come from, you know, I come from a veterans family, and the Veterans Day is going to be coming up. And just recognizing our own veterans. It's just not Native American veterans, but all veterans. And every day we have to appreciate who we are. So thanks so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Vice Chair. And actually, into the 11th hour to actually refine that proclamation. I think it came out wonderful. So very good job of working on that and really putting forward a very good, sound proclamation.
So, we have to thank Miranda for that. Thank you.
And I love the pair of them up there too. Looks great, Arena and Miranda. You did a great job. Really appreciate that. So it looks like I have Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead, comment.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Arena and Miranda. Really appreciate you reading the proclamation. And for the proclamation, certainly we do stand in solidarity with the indigenous people here in Northern Arizona and Coconino County. And I would like to, in particular, acknowledge and appreciate my two colleagues, my two Dene women colleagues, both Vice Chair Lena Fowler and Board of Supervisor Judy Begay. These are two exceptional Dene women. Each of my colleagues here on the Board of Supervisors certainly bring unique perspective, and representation is very important, and it matters here for Coconino County. Certainly we are all enriched because we have these two strong indigenous voices here on the Board of Supervisors. So it's wonderful to have this proclamation and to recognize my two supervisors who bring the very strong Dene voice here to Coconino County and to our board. Coconino County has always been and continues to strive to be a strong partner with tribal governments. And I look forward to continuing to work alongside these tribal governments as we recover from COVID-19. Certainly many indigenous folks have suffered the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we all need to work together to solve the issues of continuing inequities that exist here in our country and certainly here in Coconino County. And I also want to acknowledge that we join the Indigenous people in protecting and preserving our public lands and our sacred lands. I certainly applaud President Biden's action on Bears Ears and the Grand Staircase at Escalante National Monument, and certainly also to support the passage of the Grand Canyon Protection Act to stop uranium mining on our public lands and on the sacred lands and the homelands there of the Supai people at the Grand Canyon. And I want to thank the Coconino County's Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council for their work and advocacy here in Coconino County. Miranda and Arena, thank you again, and really appreciate this proclamation and bringing this forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And Supervisor Vasquez.
Oh, thank you. That's a tough act to follow, Patrice. But I would also like to acknowledge and recognize our colleagues who are on the board, who represent Indigenous issues, and just very grateful to Miranda and Arena for bringing this proclamation forward so that we can recognize Indigenous peoples and recognize this month. I just wanted to add and kind of throw out there that you know, proclamations are great, but we need to follow it up with actions and show how we are acknowledging and respecting Native peoples, and continue to do so and advocate for different issues for Indigenous peoples to fix some of the inequities that have historically happened in this country and also in Coconino County. And so again, I really appreciate the proclamation and want to acknowledge and thank all those folks in the county staff, the advisory council, and our partners in the community, organizations like NACA and some other organizations that are out there supporting Indigenous peoples. Just want to say thank you for all your hard work and continue the fight. There's always going to be issues that need to be addressed, and I'm really pleased and honored to be able to be part of an organization that helps acknowledge that and takes the lead on that. And so I really hope that that this is more than just a proclamation, but a call to action, and that our actions will reflect the words that we're putting out in this proclamation. So thank you.
All right, and I'm keep watching the screen to see if we get Supervisor Begay back, but it doesn't like, it looks like she lost service. So currently during this item. However, you know, just to follow up, you know, as we see in our mission statement, that we celebrate our many cultures, and this is a great opportunity in particular to celebrate our Native American communities, and as noted by my fellow board members, having two Native American women that certainly are not timid, are willing to come up and really speak about all of our issues and include many cultural components as we make decisions to represent our county, who we are, all the diversity of who we are, and all the very important cultural components that others may not think of. So I really appreciate the opportunity to work together with my colleagues. And I want to thank, well, obviously Miranda and Arena for working on the proclamation and reading the proclamation, and Erica, along with the whole litany of folks that you can see are in the background that'll continue to put on events for the week. So thank you all. Look forward to it and encourage everybody to participate. And so with that, our next item of business is that we have our consent agenda. And the consent agenda are items 2 through 10. There are items that are routine in nature. We may have seen them in work sessions, or they might be a renewal of a contract. Instead of taking 8 separate motions or 9 separate motions, we'll take a single motion unless there's a desire to separate an item on the agenda. So I turn to the board to see, are there any items that the board members would like to separate? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I would. Number 4, please.
Good. I was going to comment if we didn't separate, but if you're separating, good. Okay, others? Not seeing any, then I need a motion for us to approve the consent agenda with the separation of, noting the separation of item number 4. Supervisor Horstman, you were waving your hand.
I will so move.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman.
I was second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Oh, all right. We have Supervisor Begay back. Welcome back. All right. So that's a 5-0 vote on the consent items. Then we have item number 4. I'll turn to Supervisor Horston. And it looks like we have County Manager Baruch, Steve, bless him. No?
No comment.
Okay.
I'm just.
Okay. Good. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, and I know Rose Winkler's joined us too, and she may want to say something or not. But I just thought it was important to remove this for consideration and discussion and to acknowledge Jane Nicoletti Jones is retiring from her position as the Chief Deputy County Attorney. She's been with the County Attorney's Office since 2007 and has been the Chief Deputy for the County Attorney's Office till 2016. And that's a very important, difficult, challenging, and an all-encompassing position. So I want to acknowledge her hard work and her dedication to the county and the County Attorney's Office, and to thank her for that, and to wish Amand Barker all the very best in assuming the Chief Deputy position for the County Attorney's Office. We certainly look to our County Attorney's Office for the legal advice and input that's so helpful for us and everybody else here in Coconino County. So thank you, Jane, and certainly welcome, Amand.
And I'll go ahead and follow comments. And I'll also, we have Rose up on the screen. I'll reach out to Rose as well, because she's a peer of all those mentioned, as well as serving under our County Attorney Bill Ring. But I've had the virtue of having some in-depth conversations in the past year or so with Ammon, and I just see a well-rounded individual that Bill has chosen to put in place of Jane. Jane, served a very important piece of business, very hard position, handling the criminal side of the attorney's office, and really appreciate how she worked towards developing the professionalism within the attorney's office. So also recognizing Bill Ring for his wise choices in individuals. Unfortunately, we don't have Bill here. He's on other business. I'm sure he would be certainly willing to speak to us otherwise. But Rose, I'll turn to our civil attorney, Rose Winkler.
Thank you. And, thank you, board members, for your comments. I'll certainly take those back to Bill and Jane and Ammon. I can certainly speak to say that, I've been able to work. Jane's been here for quite a while, as Supervisor Horstman indicated, and I've worked with her closely, certainly for the last 5 years as she's been the chief deputy. And she's been wonderful to work with, and we're absolutely going to miss her in the office. And Ammon joined the office a little bit before I did, in the same year, back in 2010, I believe. And, he has certainly grown to become quite the leader within the office. I think everyone really looks forward to him taking up this position and continuing that leadership and growing further in that leadership. And so we're certainly excited for the transition and happy to wish Jane well in her retirement. And again, I'll certainly let everyone know all of your comments as well and share that with the office.
Thank you.
Mute again. Thank you, Rose. So I'll turn to, actually, let me pause. Other board members commenting? And seeing other comments, I'll go ahead and turn to Supervisor Horstman for a motion.
Yes, hi. I would like to make a motion recognizing the appointment of Ammon Barker as the Chief Deputy County Attorney for the Coconino County Attorney's Office.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Congratulations, Ammon. And look forward to all your good work in the future and that of the attorney's office. So next item of business is item number 11. We've finished the consent item. Now we have a discussion of possible action items. This is a consideration of possible action to approve the issuance of the Industrial Development Authority of Yavapai County, Arizona, of hospital revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $450 million as requested by the Northern Arizona Healthcare Corporation. And it's associated with the adoption of a resolution 2021-48. And so initially, I believe, who am I turning to on this? I probably have it listed here. I'm turning to Rose. I thought I was going to Rose, but.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. And real quick, before I say anything, I want to check with Lindsay to see if Brandon Kavanaugh has joined the meeting yet.
No, he has not joined the meeting yet.
Okay, well, I can certainly, I guess we have a couple options. One, I can certainly, provide the board a little bit of background on this. But Brandon had intended to join as he represents the Coconino County Industrial Development Authority and certainly has more specific background as to that and as to the rules with regard to the IDA. Alternately, if the board would like, we could certainly move on to item 12 and give Brandon a little bit more time to join.
Yeah,
That would be a recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah, and I would suggest that it'd be important. Our representing attorney, and I'm sure he's usually here, so we can go ahead and do that. So we have item 12, and this is a presentation possible action to approve the declarations of rabies quarantine area. It's a unique circumstance that comes up periodically each year, or almost each year on this. And we have Kim Musselman to present initially on this. Steve,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we'll be bringing over Kim Musselman, also Sabrina Kelly, and also Eve Walters, if we could transport them over to panelists. That'd be great.
I'm not sure Eve was going to be here. Maybe she.
They're on the attendee side, so we're just pulling them.
Oh, good. Okay.
As we speak, everyone's coming over, so it's just like magic.
There we go.
Okay, so Kim can tee it up and then turn it over to our staff with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Okay.
Kim.
Good morning, Chair Ryan, supervisors. I'm actually going to turn this over to my Deputy Director, Eve Walters, to give a brief introduction and then turn it over to Sabrina Kelly, who is going to provide the presentation to the board and explanation. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru. I'd like to introduce Sabrina Kelly, who is the Program Manager for the Animal Management Program at Health and Human Services. As a note, as of December 26th, Sabrina will have been with the county for 20 years. So I do want to put that out there. Sabrina is also the rabies expert for the Northern region. So she carries two hats and big responsibility. So today, Sabrina will be presenting for your consideration and possible action, the request for a declaration of rabies quarantine. And I will turn it over to Sabrina to give you the details on that.
All right, Sabrina.
Good morning. Thank you, Eve. Good morning, Chair Ryan and members of the board. So Eve, if you want to go ahead and pull up the presentation. Perfect. Okay, so rabies in Coconino County. All right, let's go to the next slide, the agenda. So the agenda is going to be the history of rabies outbreak in Coconino County, current rabies situation, and the mitigation efforts and recommendations and possible action. Okay, next slide. So to give you a little history of rabies outbreaks in Coconino County, in 2001, we had an outbreak within our skunk population. We had 19 skunks that tested positive, 7 bats, which totaled a number of 26 animals that did test positive for rabies. In 2009 and 2008 to 2009, we had an outbreak in our gray fox population. We had 14 foxes, 6 skunks, 1 ringtail cat, which totaled 21 animals. Okay, next slide. So in 2001, we asked the board to approve the declaration of rabies quarantine. We had the United States Department of Agriculture, the Wildlife Division, that stepped in, which will now be hereafter referred to as USDA, that initiated a trap, vaccinate, and release. Within the 2001 mitigation, what USDA did, they actually hired permanent employees that remained in Flagstaff, and they conducted studies on basically the movements of skunk in their home range within Coconino County. We also had NAU Professor Ted Thimer that, along with the graduate students, assisted in this research. They basically wanted to gather data and just kind of see what our movement was within our skunk population over the next several years and stuff, to give us a better understanding of how rabies is spread throughout this population. Okay, the next slide. So in 2008 and 2009, this was a bit different. We had the county issued a declaration of quarantine for 2009 with the agreement that the quarantine would extend into 2010 and 2011 based on the USDA recommendation for effective rabies control. This was very important that we did this over the 3-year period. What was different about this one is residents were asked to keep all domestic pets inside, because what we did is the USDA provided oral rabies vaccine packets that were distributed by hand on land, and also they were distributed by airplane aerial drops. And the reason we wanted the domestic pet owners to keep their animals indoors is because we wanted the wildlife to eat the rabies packets, not the pets. The quarantine area during this time was quite large. We basically started in the city of Flagstaff, and it fanned out from the city of Flagstaff in a 20-mile radius. Vaccine packets were distributed by hand, like I said, and then by airplane in outlying forested areas. This was an effort by the USDA. They funded it 100%. They also kept employees up in this area so this was also an oral rabies drop. It was also, they tagged, vaccinated, and released. Excuse me for a second. Thank you. We also trapped, vaccinated, tagged the animals, released them. We did follow-up trapping, we meaning I assisted with USDA. About 6 to 8 weeks after that, we retrapped animals and we tested their titers to see if they were actually building antibodies to rabies, which they were. So this was a little bit more involved, and this, like I said, spanned over a 3-year period. Okay, the next slide, please. So why does the county need a declaration of rabies quarantine? The declaration gives the USDA Wildlife Services permission to trap within the areas of concern. This includes private properties and state land. If the county did not provide a declaration of rabies quarantine, the USDA would have to go house to house to get permission from individuals to trap within the area, and then also work with the state. So this just gives them permission to go ahead and move forward with the rabies quarantine and to go ahead and distribute the go ahead and do the trap, vaccinate, and release, which is the next slide. So basically, what happens once the declaration of rabies quarantine is approved? Press releases provided to the media outlets posted. We also would post on social media with details regarding the quarantine. Signs posted in the areas of concern regarding trapping activity. USDA will attempt to make contact with property owners. All traps are clearly marked with the USDA label, indicating the numbers to call with concerns, and basically kind of a brief explanation of what's taking place. Contact numbers for questions are made public or publicly available as well. The USDA Wildlife Service activates the trap, vaccinate, and release team to collect nuisance wildlife within the designated area for a 90-day period. All contracted trappers will euthanize any nuisance skunks trapped in and around the Flagstaff area. So basically what this means is Game and Fish has licensed trappers. We've already put this into, I should say Game and Fish has already put this into motion. The reason being is that we don't want to be relocating any animal that's potentially could be sick with rabies. So we want to, in the meantime, between last week and until USDA gets this up and going with the trap, vaccine, and release, we didn't want to be relocating a potentially sick animal that could be infected with the rabies virus, but isn't actually shedding the virus, so that they're not showing any symptoms of the virus yet. So that's why Game and Fish went ahead and put this into effect. Euthanized skunks will be tested for rabies in order to collect surveillance data. A USDA staff member will remain in Flagstaff area for 1 year to vaccinate any nuisance skunks that are trapped by contracted trappers after the 90-day trap, vaccinate, and release period has passed. So they are dedicating an employee for a year after that, because we don't want to continue to euthanize skunks if we don't have to. Okay, next slide. So the rabies quarantine areas, if you look at your map here, you can see it's the city of Flagstaff, surrounding areas, which would include Fort Tudhill, Flagstaff Ranch Road area, Creekside Drive area, Quintana Drive area, and then Mount Eldon Lookout Road area. So you can refer to the map there, and that'll show you the area that they're looking at wanting to do the trap, vaccine, release. So this is just showing you the partners that we're working with. Of course, the United States Department of Agriculture, Wildlife Division, the USDA, Arizona Department of Health Services, Arizona Game and Fish, and the city of Flagstaff. So recommendations and possible action, we respectfully ask the members of the board to approve the declaration of rabies quarantine to take effect November the 2nd through February the 2nd of 2022. So at this time, if the board has any questions for me, I'm more than happy to ask them and to answer them, sorry.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. You can see many of the areas that we wander into, but from a public health perspective, why it's very important, but an opportunity to ask questions here.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is this just within this region? I don't ever hear about like rabies outbreak anywhere else in the county. Seems like it's just a Flagstaff area. What's happening in the Flagstaff area that there's rabies? Seems like more often reported here.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. You're absolutely correct. It's because we have a heavy population of urbanized wildlife, meaning that we have a lot of heavy concentration of wildlife that are within this urban area of Flagstaff. So it's easier for the virus to spread because we do have such a high population of, the skunks, the gray fox, and what have you. So it does have a tendency to break out within the city of Flagstaff because of that. Back in 2001, when we had the outbreak with the skunks, we did have skunks that were testing positive in Coconino Village. And what had happened is those had been relocated. They had been trapped as nuisance wildlife and had been relocated out to Coconino Village. It's the same thing in 2008 and 2009. We had some foxes that were out in the parks area as well. That's why that fanned out so far from the city of Flagstaff out the 20-mile radius to cover that. So, but you are correct in that it does typically start within the city limits just because we have a high population of urban wildlife. So that's why it usually starts within the city limits.
Thank you. Some things the people are doing within the city limits.
I was going to say, you be careful there, Vice Chair Fowler. There you go.
Yeah, you caught that one.
I have my rabies management hat on that I got from back then. All right. So other board members, questions associated with this?
Sure, I have a
And
quick question.
oh, go ahead.
Just curious, so there has not been any transmission to humans at all? Or have there been any cases of human transmission?
Thank you, Supervisor. No, there hasn't. I am constantly dealing with calls from physicians from the hospital and surrounding health care providers. We do have individuals that are exposed to wildlife, mainly waking up with a bat in their house. I know back in 2008 and 2009, we did have the gray fox that did chase people. We had a few that chased people that did make contact. We've had them attack domestic animals. So what they're calling to ask me on behalf of Coconino County Health and Human Services, do we recommend the post-exposure prophylaxis, which is the rabies series? So we deal with it on that level. And thank goodness the rabies series and the HRIG, the human rabies immune globulin, works very well. Also, it's very easy for for individuals to get their pets vaccinated. That vaccine works brilliantly as well. Nothing has changed. It has not mutated, knock on wood. Let's hope it never does. So it does work. So we do have individuals that are exposed, yes. But they go through the series, thank goodness. So, and it does work. So it keeps them alive.
Great, thank you.
All right, any further questions by the board on this item? Okay, and so so it is an action. So we need an action to approve the declarations of the rabies quarantine. Would anybody care to make that motion?
I'd like to make the motion. So move on the item that's being discussed.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Begay in declaring the declaration of the rabies quarantine area. I need a second.
No second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any discussion? No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Powell.
To thank you for providing an update and just how important it is to just be aware of rabies and just how our county and other partners are working together to make sure that it's safe in this region. And thank you so much. Thank you, Kim, to all your staff, everyone that is involved, and all the partners. Thanks so much. Appreciate the education.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
after board meeting comments, member comments, I would like to make another comment, please.
Oh, you bet. Okay, I'll follow up. Hey, Sabrina, well done. Really appreciate all your work. You're always doing a great job out there. So thank you for everything you're doing, as well as the rest of the team that you have out there, Kim and Eve. Thank you. So, really critical for the sake of public health and safety, as well as for those that have pets out there. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, on behalf of my dog and everybody that I know, we thank you.
And still get your pets vaccinated. Thank you, please. That would be very important. We have a lot of people that don't. We want them to take advantage of that. So Steve, go ahead.
Just an appreciation to Sabrina. It's been good to work with you at least for the 10 of the last 20 years. So it's good to be back and know that you're back. You're here still. And so really appreciate all you've done for so many in the county. So it's good to see you again. Thanks.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. I really appreciate that.
Steve works better than county manager.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that a lot.
Thanks.
So.
All right, take care.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's just my computer, but I'm having a very hard time hearing Vice Chair Fowler.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's some technical difficulties, but it's low.
Still coming across kind of weak and in a muffle.
Yeah.
So if we can.
Yeah.
But
we can make out your words, but they are muffled, Lena. Just so you know. Okay.
I will work on it.
Okay. In the meantime, we, just to note that we can go back to item 11. We do have Brendan Cavanaugh, our legal side of the IDA, but we'll go back to Rose to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Yes, I will. I'll very quickly hand it over to Brandon. But as you know, the Coconino County has an industrial development authority. That authority has its own board to review requests for bonds, but that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does have certain obligation to review and approve items that are approved by the IDA. This one is a little bit different, and I'll go ahead and let Brandon address that, and then I believe we have Mr. Andrew Borders here as well, who can also provide some additional explanation as to the actual bond being requested and what that's for and what that means for Coconino County. So I will refer over to Brandon. There he is. All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Right.
Thank you, Board Chair Ryan and supervisors. So yes, as Rose has stated, this one is a little bit different. So for anybody that hasn't seen the presentation.
Brandon,
Oh,
hang
yes.
on a second. I need us to go back to item number 12. I failed to call for the vote. Val or Lindsay, can you note who made the motion and who seconded that item?
Ryan, this is Val. I'm glad to. Let me see here. It was a motion made by Supervisor Begay and seconded by Supervisor Vasquez.
Okay, so I need to call for the vote. All in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's the motion in the declaration of the rabies quarantine. My apologies. I should have done that. Okay. Thank you. Very important we do that. Thank you, Val, for noting that. Brandon, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
No problem at all. Thank you. So we usually come in front of the Board of Supervisors asking for bonds that the Coconino IDA has approved to then in turn be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Because while we as the IDA are in fact a separate legal entity, because our board is appointed by the Board of Supervisors and not elected under federal tax laws and related issues, our board can't be the final approval. And so any bond that the Coconino County IDA wants to move forward has to come through the Coconino Board of Supervisors. So as Rose noted, this is a little bit different in the fact that this is a bond issuance that is actually being handled by the Yavapai County IDA. However, the bond project is located in Coconino County. It is the $450 million Northern Arizona Healthcare new campus bond. And so the Coconino County IDA in this situation only approved and authorized our office to hold what's called a TEFRA hearing, which is a tax notice hearing basically on bonds to be issued. So we have done that. We did that back in September, and we did not have anybody participate in the meeting, which is not unusual. And we provided our minutes to Mr. Borders and his office as bond counsel for NAH working through Yavapai County. Now, normally I would then give a presentation regarding why the county IDA feels that that this project should be approved and why our board approved it. But in this situation, since we're not the ones really in charge of that, I will need to defer more to Mr. Borders to give you more of the background and information on the project that we don't have, as there isn't actually an application through us. We, as I said, we've only done the TEFRA side of the matter. So with that, I would turn the floor over, if I may, to Mr. Borders.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Andrew Borders, a partner at QTAC Rock here, and apologies that I can see you, but somehow my camera is not allowing you to see me. So thanks for having us, and Brandon, thanks for the setup there. That was well done. And to reiterate what Brandon was saying is the hospital bonds will be issued through the Yavapai County IDA, and the federal tax rules, the IRS requires that a host TEFRA be held in the jurisdiction in which the project is located. And of course, that's Coconino County. So that host TEFRA meeting was had. And then what's in front of you today is the authorizing resolution that gives your stamp of approval for those bonds to be issued. Again, they will be issued through the Yavapai County IDA. And of course, the payment obligations are all those of NAH. So the county itself and the county IDA for Coconino County have no financial or other obligations with respect to those bonds. But we do appreciate you helping facilitate this with the process and the host TEFRA in today's resolution. I do see Mr. John Cortese, who is able to join. He's the treasurer of NAH. Clearly, this is a very important project to the community at large. The financing aspect of this is $450 million that we intend to issue in the first quarter of next year. And we're going to do that through a public market offering. Mr. Chair, Supervisors, we're happy to take any comments or questions that you might have. Speak about the project or the financing or anything that we can do to help you.
Well, you first. Before we go to questions, I'll provide an opportunity for Mr. Cortese to comment if you'd like.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Ryan. Thank you for the invite. I don't really have any other comments other than at this time, the total amount of financing is anticipated to be $450 million. At this time, we're anticipating issuing that in 2 tranches of debt, an initial $350 million tax-exempt offering, fixed rate bond, sometime in first quarter, as Mr. Borders indicated. And then a second tranche would be a $100 million tax-exempt variable rate issue in 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Cortese. Understand the importance of your pursuit of this. So this is an opportunity for the board to ask questions. One question that I'll go ahead and just pause for a moment. Mr. Borders, one of the primary intent of running this to the board, it is the Industrial Development Authority. Most of the work is on your end, and it's more of making sure that you've reviewed this item for appropriateness as these bonds are set up, so that you're making sure that they're presented legally in the appropriate fashion. Could you speak to that just for a moment? Just note that you have.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can confirm the same. And most of that, of course, is going through, or all of that's really going through the Yavapai County IDA. And this is exactly that, Mr. Chair, where it's section 147F of the code, of the IRS code, requires that we come before your board for your stamp of approval. And that's why we are here today.
Okay, thank you. All right, turn to the board members, see if we have any questions.
Just a question, I think you answered it and I apologize. And I'm just kind of underscored, I think the question you just asked, Chair Ryan. So this is going before the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors, or has it gone before the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors as of yet?
Yes, it has gone to the Yavapai County Supervisors, and we have it's a 2-step approval, and we have the first step, and we're working on the second step, and we expect no issues with that.
And is a 2-step process because it's going to be in 2 separate askings for the bond, is that correct?
Well, that's a great question, and their process is a 2-step process, but we're going through now to get the full $450 million, and we're working with their IDA to see if we need an additional approval in 2023, but we're optimistic that we can get it all approved up front.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? If not, this is an action item, an action to approve the insurance by the Industrial Development Authority of Yavapai County, Arizona. of hospital revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $450 million as requested by the Northern Arizona Healthcare Corporation. And that would be an adoption of the resolution 2021-48. So I need a motion to do so. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, obviously, this plays a huge role for us here in Coconino County and affects our residents here in Coconino County. So with that, I would move to approve the issuance by the Industrial Development Authority of Yavapai County, Arizona, of hospital revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $450 million as requested by Northern Arizona Healthcare Corporation and as set forth by the adoption of Resolution 2021-48.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
And second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler and a close third by Supervisor Begay in there. But I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Actually, I didn't hear any ayes out there. Supervisor Vice Chair Fowler and Vasquez. Yeah, I hear Supervisor Begay.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
And Vasquez, did you support this?
Aye.
Okay. So we have a unanimous vote by the Board of Supervisors. Everybody was on mute that time, and we had to confirm that. So thank you. And I'll just note, definitely just noting that Northern Arizona Healthcare has been such a critical partner and part of our community, understanding you have very ambitious objectives. We wish you well with this, and thank you for the opportunity for us to help you move forward on this.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you, Chairman Ryan, and thank you, supervisors, on behalf of Northern Arizona Healthcare.
All right, thank you, John. Okay, next item of business is we did do item number 12. It is 11 o'clock. We have Nate queued up, but I'm going to pause for a second. I want to ask that we take a 5-minute break, for everybody that can't get away from the screen, and we'll come back with our presentation by NAPTA or Matt Line. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Oops. So I'll check in with Val and Lindsay. Do you have, I see Kate out there. Do we have, hey, Kate, do we have Mountain Line queued up? Is it just you, Kate, or are we going to have, I don't see her.
It's just me today.
Okay. Not just you, Kate, it's you. You're here as well. Okay. And I actually, for the sake of the board, if you could queue up with video, I know Judy can't, but others, if you could, just so I can see that you're here. We're just taking a minute here. Okay. All right, and there's Lena double checking. I know Judy's in and out, so we'll just see if she's, I'm not seeing her up there.
See her.
Okay.
She'll have to.
And she could be out of range.
Yeah.
What's going on? So I think what we could do is just reconvene and continue with our work session. So we're on to item number 13. For the sake of the record, this is a presentation discussion on the annual report of Mountain Line and an update on the operations and future goals regarding transportation services. And I'll turn to Steve first.
Mr. Chair, as you indicated, it's a pleasure to have Kate join us today to present an update on Mountain Line. Of course, a little factoid, did you know that Mountain Line was originally a county program that was created in the Community Services Department many, many years ago? And so we always want to acknowledge where we came from. And we've had humble beginnings, and now it is an award-winning million passenger enterprise that has been absolutely phenomenal in its activity. And when we look at, it's simply that, getting people where they want, where they need to get to. And so again, credit to Heather and to Kate and all the senior staff, but more importantly to our folks that really are the persons behind the wheel that make it happen. So with that, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Kate.
Yeah, with a humble beginning, but Steve, the blue bus, and Joe Montoya.
That's
way
right,
back
yeah.
when.
It was Pine Country Transit.
Yeah, and Shelley.
And then
and-
years
yeah.
and years and years ago, this was during the old community action days. It was the Turtle, not Tortuga. And this was like back in the mid 70s. So it was a blast. So anyway,
Humble beginnings.
we're walking down memory lane like a couple of old guys here. So anyway.
I was just thinking, this is the first year that I haven't been the alternator or the designee for, so I miss you guys. Well, Kate, rather than keeping up with the nostalgia here, we better turn it over to you and let us know where we are today.
Thank you so much, Chair, members of the board, and Manager Peru. I just learned something. I've never heard of the Tortuga, so I'm going to have to do some research on that. And you'll actually see, I've ended my presentation today. Mountain Line just celebrated its 20th anniversary as the Mountain Line fixed route bus system. So I'll share a couple snippets about that at the end. But very much appreciate having the opportunity to be with you all today, update you on what's happening at Mountain Line and some of our programs, and just go over some of the specific services that we offer for the county as well. So I will jump in with sharing my screen here. Great. Okay. I believe you all can see my screen. Is that correct? Great. And I do want to acknowledge that Heather Domlin is joining us watching on the webinar today. She is our CEO, but hasn't been able to attend the presentation itself. So she is with us.
Chair Ryan, this is Val Weber. Quick, Heather Domlin is an attendee, but she needs to accept my invitation to be a panelist, to be promoted.
Okay. And I'm not sure if she
I'll
intended
text her.
to.
I'll text
Yeah.
her. Thanks.
Okay.
Great. And I've got the presentation, so no worries if she just stays in webinar mode. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. And confirming you can see the PowerPoint, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Well, jumping right in, I wanted to start off, of course, with a little bit about where we are currently in relationship to COVID. So you can see what the chart in front of you is our ridership over the years, along with our cost per passenger trip, the green line trending upward up until 2019, when in 2020 we hit COVID, you do see it drop. However, still provided nearly 1 million trips last year on the Mountain Line system, down from 2.5 million trips the year before. And we are starting to see those numbers crawl back up. There was a short period of time where we did cut services when it was essential trips only. We were running weekend service levels, but happily have been running full service for over a year now. And we are, with NAU back in session, are definitely anticipating these numbers to be much higher for FY 2022. But overall, we fared fairly well through COVID. We were the recipients of some CARES and ARPA funds, which has really helped shore us up, allowed us to not have any layoffs during COVID. And despite having declined ridership, have still been able to provide this important community service for people who needed it throughout the time period. Jumping right in with a little more background info to set the stage for the county services that we offer. The chart in front of you is our funding chart with all of our funding sources involved. And you can see there that FTA, or the Federal Transit Administration share of funding, is over half of Mountain Line's funding sources. That is matched largely by the City of Flagstaff dedicated transit tax. But we also have some other funding that comes in. We compete for federal pass-through money from ADOT. Fares obviously make up a portion of our revenue. And then we do have other revenue sources, such as what the county contributes to Mountain Line every year. So looking at how we expend these funds as an organization, nearly 72% going to our fixed route system and another 9% going to the paratransit program. You can see a couple small slices on the pie, if your eyes are very good, for the county taxi program and the van pool program. Planning includes some of our capital projects. So you can see that's another large portion of the overall expenses of Mountain Line. But taking a little deeper look at the county's portion, You fund two programs, our van pool program and our county taxi program, which I will delve into a little bit further. But you can see the majority of funds going into maintenance and operation of those programs, as well as administration for those services. Diving into what are these two programs, the van pool and taxi programs. The van pool program is a commuter service that's offered to anyone with an origin or destination within Coconino County. It is a carpool program in which we subsidize a lease of a vehicle, which includes many benefits that people don't think about when they carpool, such as insurance, and maintenance, wear and tear, snow, we put snow tires on in the winter, all those things. So it's all included. We write a grant to ADOT every year for competitive Section 5311 funds, which support rural transit systems to offset the cost of that lease and subsidize it for people. Over the years, we've been pretty consistent, having about 5 to 7 vans on the road. We do have capacity for more than that and are always interested in finding ways to expand the program and new partnerships. But I will show some performance measures here, and you'll see that's fairly consistent. The flexibility of the program is really great in that it is anyone with an origin or destination. They can travel long distances. We tend to find the reason the program hasn't grown more than this yet is that people do have to be willing to make travel choices with other people, schedule those timeframes, et cetera. And that is, of course, always harder than just being able to take your car whenever you want. As I said, this program's been pretty consistent for a number of years. It was not impacted by COVID the way the fixed route system was. Very much our vans stayed in service. The people continued to ride to their employment centers. We do have a number of these vans that go to medical facilities in Winslow and Tuba City. So I think that's one reason we saw some of those steady numbers. But the program was largely not impacted by COVID, and the number of vans has stayed the same. Looking at the county taxi program, this is a program that we provide to people who qualify for paratransit. And the qualification for paratransit is not having the functional ability to ride the fixed route system. The program's boundaries coincide with the Metro Plan region. So we're capturing areas like Kachina Village, and portions of Donny Park in the service, but it is not throughout the entire county. The way it works is we subsidize taxi rides or somebody can just order a taxi essentially and be able to take that trip. They can get up to $300 a month and they pay a 20% fare. And then they really have total flexibility about how they use those funds for ground transportation services. You may recall probably 4 or 5 years ago now, this program was very popular and exceeding its budget. We have done some things to help manage the demand and the cost in this program, reducing the service area boundary, but then also providing this new system of flexibility. And that's worked really well. It's a very popular program. People are excited about it. You can see it's dropped a little bit through COVID. But it is picking back up. It is, like I said, a fairly popular program. So I think we're down about 26% from pre-COVID numbers. Looking a little bit at some performance measures that we track and trends over time, you can see there that the van pool program actually had an increase in the total number of trips provided over 2018, down a little bit from 2019. Cost per trip was up a little bit as we did that. However, overall, really good. There were about 40,000 miles driven in van pool vans on county roads. So, we think that's a really great service. In the county taxi program, again, you can see there is that dip in ridership down to about 650 trips from over 900 in previous years. Costs are going up a little bit per trip, but overall people are given total flexibility to use the service however they want. And so they may just be taking longer rides. We may also see there's likely also been an increase in the cost of a taxi trip as well. Though a lot of it is just that the program has been restructured, and that's why you see those changing costs. So those are the two county services. I wanted to talk a little bit about some other things we have going on at Mountain Line, just in general that are broad. And the big one being Flagstaff in Motion, which is the update to our 5-year transit plan. We do a transit plan every 5 years, talk about new services. This year, this is what we've branded it, and we've been very excited about the outreach that's been done, some of the feedback we're seeing, and then how to move forward. And it will guide us in how to move forward from here. Our board weighed in on some of the highest priorities they had for the transit plan update. And you can see the two things that really rose to the top were targeting areas with the highest ridership potential with the fixed route system, and then also really looking at ways to support transit dependent populations. So that's driving a lot of what we're doing within the plan are those two things. Everything else on the list is still important and comes as a part of having a transit system, but those two really being the focus of what we're doing. We've been doing quite a bit of public outreach at this stage. We don't have any recommendations at this point, still identifying what the issues are and looking at a wide range of opportunities that exist to try to address those issues. But you can see the large portion of the pie here is expand the bus service coverage. So that's going new places with the bus system. You can see frequency is up there at the third largest, as well as the increase for the span of service. So that's the hours that we operate being the big components people are looking for. With another portion of the pie, a lot of other amenities that we can offer or smaller issues. Digging a little more into where do people want to see that expanded coverage, that big portion of the pie, you can see the number one thing there is service outside the city limits. We hear that pretty consistently in most plans that we do. I think people really feel that the lack of services of the fixed route system outside the city limits. It is a challenge for trying to figure out what to do in a cost-effective method for trying to address that. But we have been brainstorming some potential ideas. One is to provide a fixed route or fixed routes throughout the city. That's the traditional bus going out to areas like Kachina Village or Donny Park. The issue with this solution is it is quite costly. People like the idea of a bus coming. However, the reality of what can be afforded is often hourly service or just morning and evening service with a couple runs. And that becomes a solution that's hard for people to work into their lives. So it can sound very good, but the cost to do frequency well into outlying areas and make it convenient is a tall order. Another idea we've kicked around is the idea of kiss and rides near the end of routes. And a kiss and ride is what we call something where two people may carpool in together and you drop one off on the side of the road, give them a quick kiss and on they go. So the idea being, maybe out West 66, there could be a spot where it's safe for people to pull over near the Route 8 line, drop people off, and then people might be able to take Route 8 to their final destination. So people would still need an opportunity to get into town, but trying to make it convenient for people to transfer to the bus once they are in town. Recognizing that a lot of people, once they've driven from Belmont, may not stop and park and ride completely to get to their end destination because they've made it so far in the car that far. So trying to create options for families or groups of friends to carpool and then transfer to the bus. We are, as of yesterday, we launched Mountain Line Go. This is our first attempt at a micro transit service operating like a Uber and Lyft, in that you can hail this service through an app. We have a pilot program happening with the Huntington corridor, which is not conducive to fixed route service. And we're going to see how it goes. If this micro transit pilot is successful, maybe there's opportunities to do this in areas of the county where people could hail. You're getting smaller vehicles. You're not just running a bus back and forth that's hard for people to use. It's trying to bridge that gap. So we're very curious to see how this transit pilot goes in the next couple of months. And then we're also just interested in exploring more of the non-traditional paratransit programs. Thinking if the core goal of serving these areas really trying to get to the people most in need, or is it just trying to serve the general public? So there might be other opportunities to look at expansions of the taxi program or other new and emerging technologies that might meet the needs of the most vulnerable. As far as how do we fund some of this, that is a big question. There is some Section 5311 funding, that is FTA funding that serves the rural areas. It would be possible to apply for some operational funding through ADOT. It is a competitive program. There are a lot of rural areas in the state that are seeking that funding. However, some of the surface transportation reauthorization language going through the federal government right now provides increases to these programs. So there could be opportunity to take advantage of some of those increases should they pass at the federal level here soon. I do want to note that they all require a local match commitment. And so you can't just get the money without having local dollars to draw them down. Moving on to another big topic facing us besides the fact that was Flagstaff in motion. Obviously, we've been having a lot of conversations with Northern Arizona Healthcare regarding their move towards Fort Tuthill. That is an area we currently do not serve with service. And we appreciate the Board of Supervisors weighing in on this topic for us a couple times. It is not a service that we're prepared to fund with our existing revenue sources. We have plugged it into our fund balance. And when we do, we're not able to cover it without going below our fund balance requirements. And so we are looking for assistance to provide this service, which we believe is a necessary service for this community if the hospitals to move. Our professional recommendation is that service levels to a hospital should be every 20 minutes to make that convenient to meet the needs of people. And on the chart in front of you, you can see some of the costs associated with that, estimating about $1.4 million a year for service at a 20-minute service level, and about $5 million in capital requirements for new bus stops and new buses to run that service. So we've been having a lot of conversations with NAH and at our board meeting about how we are able to partner to make this happen. There are some things Mountain Line feels like we can bring to the table. The spare bus, which is a requirement of the Federal Transit Administration. We believe we can work in replacement buses over time. We're very good at writing grants for capital improvements. So our core issue is really finding a way to fund the operations of the route. And of course, the other big topic is the Downtown Connection Center, which we're very excited about. This is our largest capital project, our #1 need. The rendering in front of you is what we're going to take to the Planning and Zoning Commission here shortly and seek their approval. It will go to the City Council as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've done our best to try to balance all the uses on the site. You can see there is a civic space there, as well as potential for future parking along the north side of that. Our core mission, though, really is that DCC building that you see over on the west end of the property, as well as the bus plazas. But we're excited about the opportunity to redevelop the whole site. We believe it's really maximizes the benefits for everyone in the community and tries to balance all the asks of the property. So, and with that, I have a couple of renderings, which are just exciting to see of the building. So this is the general idea of what you would see looking to the west from the bus plaza. So that is the main entryway. We want to be focused on the bus customers. But also we've been thinking a lot about how the building looks from Milton. It really is a gateway into the downtown area. So trying to make it look great from that angle as well. So you see this rendering here. So we're still working through the concept design with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll be hiring on some final design teams here shortly to take us all the way through the construction. And we hope that we break ground next summer on the building. The bus bays are maybe a couple of years out. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineers on what's feasible for timing of the bus bays. And then with that, to take us right back to where we started, I mentioned it's our 20th anniversary. We had a really fun campaign on social media, looking back at some of the start of Mountain Line on October 13th, 2001, with some fun posts up there. So there's a bunch more if you want to take a look and see all the things that we've been reminiscing about. Although I definitely need some more information on, was it the Tortuga, the pre-Pine Country Transit System. So That's all I've prepared, but I'm happy to go back to anything and answer questions.
All right, bring it back. And actually, our board member, I believe, is Supervisor Vasquez at this point. I'll give a chance for all the board members to ask questions, but provide the opportunity if Supervisor Vasquez wanted to provide any additional comment as we start off here.
Sure, thank you. I really appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate being on the board of Mountain Line and watching how the bus line has developed and the plans moving forward. There truly has been some thought into conversations about how to expand service beyond the borders of Flagstaff, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the attempts to see how we can partner with the hospital to provide service, but without taking on the full responsibility as Mountain Line itself, without input by our partners to make it happen. So I'm excited to see how that develops. I did have one question. I noticed on the slide that you showed I believe it was the vans and the paratransit. I noticed that there was an equal amount or near close number in ridership from last year to this year, but the cost per trip doubled. What's that about? Why did that happen?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of factors going into that. In the van pool program, we, I think, had a couple fewer passengers in each van, but they're flat lease rates. And so the cost per trip or every person in the vehicle was a little bit higher because it was divided amongst less people. I think that's what's happening in the van pool program. In the county taxi program, that one did increase as well. I think there's a couple things there. One is that likely the cost of a taxi trip has gone up during COVID, just on the private provider side, but also we're providing more flexibility to riders and how they book trips. So they may also just be booking longer trips, and we don't have a lot of data around what trips they book. We just have a total number. So for example, if there are a bunch of people in Kachina Village now using this service to go out to, let's say, Sacred Peaks, that would be a very expensive taxi trip to take. And so it could just be, what are the users of the program doing? And yeah, we don't get a lot of data out of the program the way it's run, besides the cost per trip and the number of trips that are provided.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Again, I just want to say I really appreciate the team and all the hard work that goes into making Mountain Line such a great service for our community. Thank you.
Yeah, and I probably want to kind of weigh in a little bit on some of the dynamics that we kind of wrestle around with. As you saw, one of the biggest requests were to go outside the city, but structurally, from a legislative perspective, financing is not set up that way. You can't designate outside the city in a particular zone unless it were a county-wide initiative. And then that begs the larger question of, how do you provide service for the entire county for that? So we constantly wrestle around with, the city has the capability of running a revenue component that the voters have supported within the city boundaries, but we haven't had an ability to go beyond. And, it begs for, maybe there's an opportunity in the future to, provide that in zones rather than just countywide to achieve that objective. But currently we don't have the legislative authority. I do have a couple questions that, one thing is just quickly, how many vans do you have rolling at the van pool right now?
I think that we have 6 vans operating currently. We tend to fluctuate 5 to 7, but we have capacity to grow to about 12.
Okay. And so that's always one that can go outside city, but can we get enough people that are active in it? And, incrementalism, we grew the system by incrementalism. Similar idea of, to run a bus out to communities costs a lot of money. But if you start in baby steps with park and rides, the kiss and ride, I like that idea. But there are elements that hopefully we continue with our own land planning, that we provide parking opportunities outside the city in our communities where people could commute together and get to these key spots, which would be good, and or use the vans for it. But one note that I was kind of interested in when you get into the broader system, how frequency question has gone down and the coverage question has gone up. And that's been an age-old debate, which if you provide more vans, but you don't have the frequency, you usually don't get the ridership. You really need that frequency as well to go along with it. So that was an interesting one. The micro transit pilot might be a way of growing it. So I'm curious to see how, what happens with that. On the Northern Arizona healthcare, understand definitely will be a need, if you think of everybody that'll be using the healthcare, providing that opportunity. The difficulty would be, unfortunately, use my opportunity of the moment. Last election, the transit system was denied. There was a last minute effort that people wanted to suddenly force everybody out of the car, and therefore you should defeat all the transportation elements. And the casualty was they defeated the transit piece. So until there's a new revenue component, it's hard to add to additional routes out there on this. So it would make sense in the future the Mountain Line would eventually explore an initiative. I know there is support, if you look at the polling that usually occurs associated with this within the community, to find that funding. And the last piece would be, just as noted, the other piece of cost is fuel is just pretty extraordinary right now. I can see that having implications with where we are. I kind of did my run-on sentence for you there, Kate. Actually, let me get the board members. You can always respond to me here or another place. But other board members, questions or comments on this? I see Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, thanks, Kate, for the update. I really appreciate that. And, I get questions all the time about what's Mountain Lion doing for Northern Arizona Healthcare's expansion. So I really appreciate the update. Also, the comments of the chair on that. The Downtown Connection Center, I sat on the FDBA board, and of course, that was such a big part of the what we were trying to get accomplished. And so it's great to see that moving forward. And I assume there'll be some commercial space then available in that Downtown Connection Center.
We just have a small space right now, about 1,000 square feet. One of our concerns is that our procurement rules wouldn't allow us a lot of discretion over who was to rent that. And we are nervous about the idea of, say, bringing a Starbucks downtown and what that might mean for our reputation. So we didn't go too big with the commercial space for those reasons, but there is some opportunity.
Okay, very good. So, and happy anniversary. I mean, some of us certainly have lived in this community long enough to remember that there did not used to be a Mountain Lion bus. There was no public transportation, and what an incredible difference it has made for our whole community, and really to revitalize our community and provide transportation, public transportation throughout. So I would love to see it expanded more, and I know the chair kind of explained some of those concerns, but still I'd like to see it as we move forward. So and thank you and happy anniversary.
All right, others, thank you, Patrice. Others of the board.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Begay. I think you're alternate on this, aren't you?
I've been going in and out, but I jump back on. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. And certainly we have a lot of people that are in need of transportation services. And I just want to thank Mountain Lion for doing a good job and thinking about expansion and other opportunities, to better serve our people out there. So I just want to say thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Begay serves as our alternate to Supervisor Vasquez on the board of Mountain Line. And then Supervisor Fowler, any comments?
Yes, Kay, can you? So,
Yeah, we can.
is that all right? Okay. I've been trying to fix my volume here. So thank you, Kay. It's good to see you. And still working on, I still want to work with you on the van ride in the northern Arizona area. And, you know, a number of years ago, we're trying to do a partnership with the other transit systems. Hopi Transit and Navajo Nation. Where are you on that? Are you all still meeting every once in a while? I can facilitate those meetings again. I started them and was facilitating those meetings for a while, as well as Page Express. You know, these are the services that are provided throughout northern Arizona. I know Navajo Nation has stopped its bus services in this region, so which is really is concerning, but apparently they're working on it again. So just want to ask you that question. I have some more, but if you can answer that.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, I think some of the other transit systems throughout Coconino County haven't been quite as fortunate during COVID and haven't been able to continue service the way Mountain Line has. So, you know, in a full transparency, there hasn't been a lot of communication or collaboration about what to do next with these partners, because I think they're very much focused on just trying to get service off the ground again and up and running. Our Transit Association conference is next week or in 2 weeks. And so we're hopeful that we see them there, can reinvigorate some of the conversations. But I think we're always open to partnering. Additionally, NACOG's taking a stronger role in some of the inner city services. They did a transportation plan just pre-COVID that highlighted some of the priority inner city services that they would like to see as well. So I think there's definitely opportunity for us to restart some of those conversations when we all see each other in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's good. You know, this is an area, and once again, you know, Flagstaff and this region is very fortunate to have all these resources readily available and lots of planning happening, a lot of coordination, lots of partnership outside of Flagstaff, beyond the peaks. You know, that's where, you know, people, if they don't have a transportation, it's not, you know, there's not a bus that they can just walk down the ways for. And then the van ride, we've been trying to maybe try to get some of those services up and running, but we haven't been able to really get that together. So, you know, I think continuing to really look beyond if there are services for, well, there are, I think the only one that is the van ride that is possible to go outside of the city limits, then we need to work on those some more. So, and then, you know, Navajo Nation wanted to park its bus there in the yard, and I think they were allowed to do so. When they get up and running again, I'd like to make sure that that partnership is there to make sure that there is a smooth transit. I like your facility that is in the that transfer. If there's any way that Navajo Nation, when they are up again, to be able to do the transit there, or what do you call that? I guess it's
the connection center.
Yes, if they use it, that'd be really good, because they were not allowed to stop where your buses are stopping. they were stopping in the parking lot and people were running across just to catch the right bus across. So if there's a way, there is a way. So as board members, if you could all really look into that, and staff, to make sure that there is a smooth transition and with all the other services, because they're also providing services to the citizens that we all represent, the residents out in the communities. So when it comes through again, I will try to, I will organize another coordination meeting to make sure that we are all know what our plans are and see how we might be able to work together. So I think that would be really good. So thank you again, and thanks for your service. It's really great that City of Flagstaff is really well cared for, and there is a lot of resources here for all of the residents that live in Flagstaff. There are really a great coordination happening. New hospital going up, a lot of nonprofits. There's a lot of opportunities here in Flagstaff, but we need to make sure that we're trying to do the same for the rural communities as well. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, actually, that connection center, before anything else, get that thing built. You've got a long journey. You've had just about everybody that wants to be a part of it, but you definitely need to get that one built. In 20 years, what a great opportunity if you can have that success. That would be absolutely wonderful. It should be noted that, Kate's the face today, but we have Heather that's, the CEO out there working very hard, but you have a whole team of people that provide professional services that are behind you out there. And so we appreciate the opportunity where we can be partners with you, knowing that you have your own independent function as well on that. Anything else that you want to follow up on there, Kate?
No, I'll definitely reach out to Supervisor Fowler to follow up on some of those items. And just so you're aware, because it's come up a couple of times, we are actively exploring the option to put another measure on the ballot, either 2022 or 2024. So definitely something we're considering moving forward with in the future. And we just appreciate the opportunity to present to all of you. It's been a while, and it's wonderful to see you all.
Absolutely.
And we continue to work together. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. That's right. All right. Well, thank you all on that. And then just to note, that concludes our morning. Actually, we're a little ahead of schedule. That doesn't happen often. So that's fantastic. I'm finally getting the job done on the clock piece. Anyway, so we're scheduled to come back at 1:15, and when we have our presentation and discussion regarding long range planning update for the Flagstaff Regional Plan, jointly partnered with Timberline Area Plan, and the proposed renewable energy ordinance. That'll be our topic at 1:15 for that. And so I don't think we have much time to really pull off anything else at this point. You good, Steve, there?
No, it'd be good to start our noon break, and we'll come back at 1:15, sir.
1:15, everybody back. Good job, everybody. We'll see you back then. hello, Steve.
Mr. Chair, how are you?
Melissa, can you hear me or do you want to test your microphone?
Who do you want to test, Lena?
You're muted.
You're muted, Lena. You're still muted.
You're muted. Should be our middle name now.
That's true.
There'll be a baby born with the name here. Muted.
We should all have to pay a quarter into the kitty when we're called on being muted. We have someone to be really rich after a while.
Yeah, and I'd be broke. Yeah, no kidding. All right.
Is my volume better? I tried fixing it. Patrice, you're muted.
Oh, I was just gonna say we can collect our CI monies and then I did it.
All right.
Now we're raising the stakes here.
So is my volume better? Can you hear me?
That one's better. Yeah.
Oh, good. I've been.
You are still muffled though.
You're still kind of going in and out of muffle and clarity. So I don't know if it's the closeness of your mic to you or what's wrong with that. So we'll have to get an external mic for you.
Okay, what about now? Is this
Better.
Much better.
okay?
Much
see?
clearer.
I'm trying to get it cleared up here. All right, thank you.
That's excellent now.
Good. Very good.
Figured it out.
All right. So it looks like we have Patrice, we have Lena. I saw Geronimo hop on. Just checking. And I don't see Judy out there. Let's see. Trying to go through all the names here. Okay. Because she's been going in and out and not present in the meeting regularly at this point. I think we should just go ahead and proceed. Let's see. I'm sure she'll be joining us. Okay, so next item of this.
I'm here.
Oh, you are? Fantastic. All right. So we got Judy in there. So we have our board members at this point. So let's see. Next item of business, we're on item 14. This is a presentation and discussion of long-range planning update on the Flagstaff Regional Plan, the Durham Park Fernwood Timberline Area Plan, and the proposed renewable energy ordinance. So I'll turn to Steve first, and I'm assuming looks like we got Melissa out there. Oh, Jay's out there too.
Yeah, we've got a good group here, Mr. Chairman. We are here this afternoon to present, as indicated on the agenda, updates on the long-range planning update for the Flag Regional Plan, the Durham Park Fernwood Timberline Area Plan, and the proposed renewable energy ordinance. And so we have Lucinda's the deputy manager in that area. We also have Jay Crystalman and of course Melissa Shaw. And so I'm going to turn it over. Lucinda, did you want to add any comments? I don't see her popping up. Jay, are you ready to intro?
Good morning, County Manager Peru and Board of Supervisors, Jay Crystalman, Community Development. I was just going to let Melissa introduce the topic herself. It's a continuation of what we presented a few months back that we didn't get to finish, but I would like to thank the board for approving the term limited FTE for our environmental quality position. So just wanted to extend the gratitude for that. So thank you. Melissa?
Thank you, Jay. And good afternoon, Chair Ryan and Board of Supervisors. I will go ahead and start sharing my screen. And did that appear for you? Okay, that should have shown. Let me know if it's not showing too.
Melissa, it is showing. It's showing in kind of dual mode. It's showing the before slide and the after slide. So.
Oh, okay. Let me redo that.
Can you get into presentation mode, please?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Sorry, I had to run and get a pen. There we go. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for making time for this update. And we are here to talk about 3 initiatives that the Community Development Department has been working on. And the regional plan, the Flagstaff regional plan update is the first of those. Sarah Dector from the city of Flagstaff, I believe she might be joining us. I don't see that she has joined yet, but if she does, then Sarah will be here to help answer questions about that. We will also be talking to you about the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan update and then the proposed draft of the utility scale renewable energy ordinance. So with that, we'll just jump right into the Flagstaff regional plan update. And I believe on April 28th of 2021, there was a joint city council board of supervisors meeting to hear an update about this project. And as you all know, the Flagstaff regional plan is a shared document with the city and county. So it covers the Flagstaff region, which is the FMPO or the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization boundary. That's our transportation planning boundary. And so the city adopted this in 2014. The county adopted this as an amendment to our comprehensive plan in 2013. So it's time now to update that. And just as a refresher from the April 28th joint city council board of supervisors meeting, we went over the regional plan 2045 update schedule with you. We talked about the proposed public participation plan, as well as roles of the public, the staff, appointed and elected officials during this process. And we also talked about the endorsement and adoption process for the city and the county, because they're different for each governmental entity. And we'll talk about that a bit more in a second. We talked about resources that would be needed to conduct the update. And then since April, on August 11th, we also held a joint city and county planning and zoning commission study session where the city and county planning and zoning commissions heard a similar update and provided feedback. The planning commissions were enthusiastic about the process. They're very interested in being involved. They gave a pretty wide endorsement on the process that was outlined so far. And they want to be continuously involved in the rollout of the update. So this next slide shows you the schedule and the process that was introduced to you in April. And this hasn't changed. We are right now in phase 1, and it's called Get Curious and Gain Understanding. And phase 1 is a pretty important part because what's going on behind the scenes is getting organized. There were over 150 data points that went into the current regional plan update. And we are looking at those. We're analyzing additional data points that need to be incorporated for the new update. We're also looking at emerging trends and issues and learning how we can incorporate those into this next round. The P2 Inform bar means the public participation plan. We are beginning to launch informational meetings and get the word out about the update process. And in terms of creating art and generating excitement, there was a grant that was given to this regional plan update by the Flagstaff Arts and Beautification Commission to involve art early in the process so we can have people involved and think in different ways about planning for the future and how to create a vision for the plan. So that's pretty exciting for planners to actually be able to draw art and draw on art to help inform a process like that. Phase 2 is once we have all the data updated and start to have a good sense of what we're looking at on the ground in terms of existing conditions, that's when we start to craft the vision and the goals and the process. So this is a circular process because as we go, we will be writing and then continuously updating the writing process as we get more information through public participation. During phase 2, the goal is right now not to have a formal advisory committee, but rather have a multiple sources available to get public input, including different types of citizen panels, citizen groups, that would then inform the process and get ready for phase 3, which is when we would request a formal advisory committee be appointed to review the draft, to provide comments, to get that legal review portion completed, revise the draft prior to preparing it for the formal public hearings, which is phase 4. And you can see that this would be starting in fiscal year 22, going through fiscal year 25, about a 3.5-year process. Talking a little bit about the adoption phase in phase 4, the city council will need to adopt it on a regular public hearing agenda, but then you might recall that with the city process, by state statute, cities and towns must take their planning documents, in this case, it's the general plan for the city, to a citizen initiative. So it would be on a city ballot, and the residents of the city would be able to vote on that. The county is not required to follow that process, so the county would then look at that document, and we would take it forward to you, the Board of Supervisors, and the Planning and Zoning Commission for adoption as an amendment to our comprehensive plan. So that's the current proposed schedule and process for this update to the regional plan. And so what's been going on since April and where we are now in phase 1, which is generating excitement and gaining understanding. Again, we are working on getting those 150 plus data sources updated and analyzed. Just to jump ahead a little bit in this slide, what we're doing with those, then we are summarizing those in what we're calling snapshot papers and complementary webinars, and presenting a real intense summary of those that are publicly available. They're held most Mondays, skipping holidays, at noon, 15-minute presentation followed by a 15-minute question and answer. So anyone is invited. There's a sign up, there's a registration required, and we'll talk a bit about the website where we're hosting the regional plan information. So we're researching the emerging issues and trends, and with that, then we are we're highlighting that information with these snapshot papers and webinars. We have weekly coordination meetings with the city and county staff to work on all of these papers and webinars and the public participation portion that's going on behind the scenes. And we're also coordinating messaging and outreach with other major plan updates, because as you all know, NAPTA is in the process of updating their 5-year plan. And you may also know that Metro Plan as well is beginning to update the regional transportation plan. So these efforts are all going on at nearly the same time. And as well, we're currently working on the county area plan update with Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. So we're trying to avoid some conflicting and confusing messaging by talking to each other as agencies and putting out some, as best we can, coordinated messaging so there's not confusion in the community about what they're responding to. And we will then continue to work with you, the Board of Supervisors, and the Planning and Zoning Commission as more of the process unrolls. We are giving monthly updates to the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. So with that, then, I know that was a pretty fast overview of the regional plan update process, but we can stop here and go to any questions.
And I'll note for your sake, Melissa, because you've been presenting, Sarah came in just as you were starting there, so she is here.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to pause for a minute then and introduce Sarah Dector. She's the City of Flagstaff Comprehensive Planning Manager, and we are supporting Sarah in this major effort. So Sarah, did you have anything that you wanted to add to that information?
No, Melissa, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, turn to the board. Questions or comments? I'll go ahead and start out while I'm waiting. Now because we have a presentation at the Dolly Opera Night, so you got to speak up if you want to comment. I can't see everybody. I just want to note that, sometimes, I don't know, with time, I get a little more ornery and all that kind of thing. But I think you guys are doing a really good job. This is a nice layout for what you want to do. The engagement with the community is a critical piece. And then how do you bring that information back? I think you're outlining that really well. And, you know, obviously we would want to be kept up to speed as it progressed, and I'm sure you would be doing that. There are my quick comments on it. Other board members. Yeah.
Yes, if I can, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to partnering with the City of Flagstaff on this important process and on Flagstaff's regional plan for 2030. So this will be new for me to do, so I really appreciate the process and outlining it for us, and look forward to working with you on it. So thank you.
You know, actually, along that line, Melissa, I would suggest that you and Sarah, you know, periodically, for the sake of board members that haven't been through this process, just, you know, all of us want to see what's going on, but it wouldn't hurt for just you making a conscious effort to, you know, bring the information to see what's going on, provide that opportunity for them to ask questions, you know, in a relaxed manner, you know, at each's leisure, but yours and board members. It's a long process, so there's the opportunity. But I would suggest that. Let's see, Hieronyma, did you have questions or comments?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and the layout. I appreciate learning about the process and seeing where we're headed along that process. I'm glad to see phase one. We're you know, asking those questions and looking to line things up with the metro plan and the bus lines, you know, long-term plans, so that way we can really have growth in a planned way that is most beneficial for our community. So thank you for all your time and effort. You know, I've gone to several of the area plan meetings, and I really appreciate all the hard work you put into it. So thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And then just a couple items to note. I think you covered a little bit of this, Melissa, but just this is an amendment to our comprehensive plan. You know, city still retains their jurisdiction within the city, the county, outside the city boundary associated with it. But where there's direct and indirect impacts, it makes sense that we coordinate together. That's been the virtue of having this Flagstaff regional plan. I'll turn to Judy. Any comments or questions?
Not really. I have a hard time unmuting, but I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and things like this really helps me to understand, you know, when something has to be brought up for voting or whatever. So keep up the good work, and I'm willing and I'm there to support any endeavors that you're planning and, you know, wanting, and it's going to take all of us to make it happen. So thank you very much.
All right. And then Vice Chair Lena.
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Melissa. And, you know, this is always an interesting process. And I know that when, are you having in-person meetings on this, or how is it all being handled?
Thank you. I couldn't find my unmute button. Right now, everything is virtual, and the webinars are, and I could go back to that slide, but in the PowerPoint that you received, there is a direct link to the new regional plan website. And in that, then you can click on that and register for the webinars. So those are live, but they are on Zoom. So right now, everything is still virtual, but live on Zoom.
Okay, because I like to attend some of those. It's always, and you learn a lot through this whole process. So that I think they'd be really good. Yeah, I see that. So anyway, thank you very much, and gonna get involved and really see where, listen to some of the conversations that are going on, and just the different different perspectives from the various agencies that are going to be involved. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I would encourage you to go to the regional plan website, and there, if you want to join a webinar, you do need to register, but those are posted every week and we're continuously updating that information.
Yeah, and actually, so Sarah, for the sake of open meeting, the board doesn't use chat, but if you could, it looks like you're posting on the flag regional plan website. Could you go ahead and read it out to our board members?
I'd be happy to. The website, if you're looking for it online, is www.flagstaff.az.gov/regional plan 2045. And it takes you to a web map page. So it's all hosted on ArcGIS Online on the city's account. The videos are all embedded under the regional snapshot banner. But you can also go to the City of Flagstaff's YouTube page and there's a playlist. And so we're hosting a lot of the electronic material, but trying to keep it in a place where it's easily accessible.
All right. And Melissa, could you just email that out to the board members just in case, just for convenience, please? Wonderful.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Okay, that's the regional plan, but you've got more for us here.
Matt, I see Jay's hand is up.
Oh, he is. Oh, there it is. Jay, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Ms. Chair and Ms. Vice Chair, thank you for catching that. I just wanted to real briefly add that Melissa and I were talking about this morning. Our comprehensive plan is going to be coming up due for, its 10-year renewal. So after the Donny Park area plan is approved, our intent is to move into the beginning of the comprehensive plan update process. And, these plans being moved forward concurrently is appropriate and important. So I just wanted to share that real briefly.
Then Lucinda.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add, if at any time board members would like a one-on-one briefing with Melissa and Jay relative to this regional plan or the next two topics coming forward as well, the renewable energy ordinance as well as the Donny Park Timberline area plan, certainly if there's any interest, please let them know, and they and we would be happy to sit down and walk through more detail with you if you have an interest in that. Thank you.
All right, and just to note what Jay, and that's great. It's really good to take advantage of that. And just noting the piece Jay just noted, every 10 years, we are required to update our comprehensive plan, just as the city is for the regional plan. We don't have that requirement on the regional plan, but we do on the comprehensive plan. Okay, so why don't we hop to the next one?
Okay, thank you. So the next topic is the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan update. And just as a bit of background, we began in January, working on this in January of 2020 with a committee made up of both Supervisor District 2 and 4 residents. We've got 11 members on this area plan committee. It's comprised of business owners, property owners, and residents that were invited by then Supervisors Archuleta and Parks. So what we've been working on is updating the current area plan, which was adopted in 2001. So we have, since we started, gone through the information gathering and educational phases. We've updated as much as we can the population and demographic information, as well as the land use data that we have based the plan on. So the area plan committee has also drafted a new vision for the area plan, and they have updated the existing goals and policies, as well as drafted new goals and policies based on all the information gathering that's been conducted. So that's just a bit of a background. So we had an open house we'll talk about in a second last month, and they're in the process now of in September. They're in the process now of reviewing those comments and making revisions to the policies and the goals based on those comments. So just to go ahead and look at the planning area, you may recall that this is a large planning area. It's approximately 43,000 acres. What you see in the green hatched area and the yellow hatched area is actually Forest Service land. So there 68% of the planning area is U.S. Forest Service, managed by the U.S. Forest Service. 2% is state lands, and then so that leaves 30% private land within the planning area. There are 7 rural activity centers within the planning area, and those are shown on this map. It may be a little bit difficult to see at the scale, but those are shown at where the circles are, and they are on Townsend Winona Road and also then on 89 going on up north. So this is an overview of the planning area that we're working on updating with the committee. Just to kind of talk a little bit about the vision, and these are some images from around the planning area. There wasn't a vision statement included in the 2001 area plan. So this would be actually new to the area plan, and they've modeled their vision statement after our comprehensive plan, where it's a 4-part statement. It covers natural resources, open space environment, community character and values, land use, growth, development and partnerships, and then transportation. So this is something that they've worked really early on to develop, and has gone through quite a bit of review and thought by the committee. And then we did get comments during the open house on the vision statement. And then just to talk a bit about what we are currently doing. These are some images from the open house that was conducted on September 28th of this year. We had probably 150 residents attend. Everybody was fully masked, so it was a good meeting. It was in Cromer Elementary School. And so we got out of that meeting over 150 comments back. We are using, and you may be familiar with a subscription service that we've been using called Conveo, where we actually also at the same time ran a virtual or a digital open house where people who could not attend or wanted to comment later could go back in afterwards and post their comments online. So we got about 175 comments from the open house on the goals, vision, and policies. So as I mentioned earlier, the committee is currently in the process of reviewing those comments and looking at how to possibly revise the draft vision, goals, and policies. They've been meeting since January of 2020, nearly monthly on the second Thursday of the month, sometimes twice a month, to get through reviewing this large area plan. And the next step is to draft the plan. We've actually started drafting the text of the plan. Once the committee has reviewed the open house comments and reviewed the draft plan, then we'll hold a second open house and then move into the public hearing phase, which is when you will see this plan again. So here's another view of the schedule. So we are again in the process of drafting and updating the vision, goals, and policies based on the open house comments, continuing to write the plan. The committee will review it again, host a second open house. It may be virtual, it may be in person. They will make a recommendation as to how we do that. And then we anticipate public hearings and final approvals, not late 2021, but hopefully early 2022. It's been a really dynamic process. The Area Plan Committee has done an incredible amount of very good and at times difficult work. So we as staff are very grateful for their enthusiasm and interest in the care that they're putting into this. So I know that is, there may be questions, so I'm happy to pause again here and talk about the process or the schedule or any other information you might need.
Go to questions, but I probably want to refer it over or defer to our two soups representing the area. First, I'll go to Supervisor Vasquez.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you, Melissa, for all your hard work and the presentation, and the area plan's committee's been doing a great job. The open house was a huge success. Got a lot of feedback, And I know we're going in the process of processing that feedback. What is the timeline for the hopes timeline for the area plan to be completed?
Going back to, so we are optimistically looking for, I would say, early 2020. So the committee is going through all those comments right now, and they are carefully looking at revising the goals and policies because they are considering all of the public comments. And, you know, in best case scenario is that there is during public hearings that everyone has been informed and everyone has felt like their questions have been heard, so that there aren't any late surprises by the time it comes to hearing. But that's what we're hoping for. Yeah, it's been, as you know, from some of the meetings, the committee has gotten deep into some of the details of the implications of writing policies. So that's been a real learning process for this group to understand how this applies in the future, how it will affect land use decisions like rezonings and conditional use permits, and then also understanding how it works with the zoning ordinance. So, you know, they are certainly have come pretty far in understanding the responsibility that goes along with drafting a document like this. So they're taking it quite seriously.
And overall, they're doing what we're asking them to do, participating and engaging. So I'm really grateful to them for the being part of this process, and for you to have the patience to go through that process, because it can be very tedious sometimes, but it's necessary so that the community feels that their feedback has been heard. So I thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
And I can imagine they're bringing passion to the process in that area, which is, they always have, which is good. So actually, and just when you were reading it, Melissa, you read 2020, and I'll just say you have posted early 2022 on there. And so just.
Thank you very much for that correction.
Yeah, I'm doing it more for the verbal, for the record, in case Lindsay's taking notes on the record on that. I knew what you meant. Let's see. And we have Supervisor Begay representing the area also. And she'll take a minute to come off mute here.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to thank Melissa and the crew, and also the Chris and them, for really proactively and wisely putting a plan together and making sure that all I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I've been attending some of those meetings, and I greatly appreciate all the information that they're sharing with us. Anything that we bring up is considered, so that's really good. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been waiting, plus the whole committee there. The committee is very active in it, and I appreciate all their time and efforts, you know, in getting this project off the ground and making amendments or whatever. So the open house was a real big success, and I really appreciate. I was really fond of everybody there and the way it was set up and how, you know, everything was explained to everybody. And so I'm glad to be part of it. And so thank you very much.
All right. And then follow up with other supervisors. Supervisor Horston.
Just a quick comment. I look forward to the process continuing. Thank you for the update. And I know Supervisors Vasquez and Begay will keep us informed as well. So thank you for doing this. And, you know, I think it's just marvelous for people in the community to be so involved, take so much time out of their busy lives to be so involved in this whole area plan process. It's so important in building community, maintaining community, and of course for themselves going forward within their community. So it's great to see so many members of the public involved in this. So thank you.
And then Vice Chair Fowler. I'm trying to scroll up. Did I lose you? Okay, I'll give her a chance to come up. I'll go ahead. I do want to ask a couple questions associated with this. So when we go through planning efforts, there's usually a level of, as noted, people were asking more associated with specifics. While we create plans, the whole idea is we know that there will be changes with time. And so if a change comes in, then it helps to have a plan and process. A piece that every once in a while we get paralyzed with is sometimes people write a plan to not consider future growth. And I'm curious on how the community is accepting that concept, or if you have gotten into that dialogue on it. It's not the intent to lock everything up so much as we have characters and community attributes out here, and if it comes in, how will it match up to those characters? Yeah, surprise, surprise, Melissa. I would ask something like that sooner or later.
Thank you for that. Yes, Chair Ryan. That has been a very important and I would say very engaging topic of conversation with the committee as far as how to address and accept change in the community. There's a very strong sentiment that many people, both from the survey, we did an online survey, and also from the open house comments, that a lot of people are not wanting to see change in the community. Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood is a very rural community, as you all probably know, is very different from Belmont, for instance. So there are large lots. The minimum size parcels there are 1 acre, and then they're larger than that. Actually, I think the average parcel size is 2.5 acres. So there's a lot of interest in maintaining the existing residential zoning character. With that, though, we have been introducing the idea, and there have been quite a few comments from the community who are interested in having different services, for instance, transit services out there. There's some interest in having more community service, like possibly a clinic, but it's still been a very interesting conversation with the committee and with the community to understand how that would look while they can still maintain their rural character. And there's been some focus on the rural activity centers and what those actually do, how they function, what change in the activity centers mean for the community. So change is always difficult. I think that this community, a lot of the committee members are aware and they want to accommodate change, but at the same time protect their community character. So that's a big topic of conversation, and it will definitely it is showing through in the vision for sure, and the goals and policies. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. All right. You answered the question with what I thought I would hear associated with it. It is interesting. There's a discussion going on with activity centers. So the perception of no change. Well, when the Exxon went out there, people came unglued. They didn't want any part. Now they can't do without it. The Garrison's Exxon once upon a time. It's one of those changes inevitable, but boy, we kick and scream when it happens. So how, when it happens, can we find a way that really matches up well to the character of the community is a big piece. So it's good to see, that you have, and I was curious about the discussions around the activity center. I want to hold up this meeting. I'll have a chance to, check in with you on offline just to hear about that. But it's good, it sounds like the community is talking about those pieces, even though they don't want change. That is a change that already occurred and has transpired. So that's, an evolution of conversation, I guess, on that. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Oh, just to follow up, and there have been some very frank conversations, and as you all probably know, the meetings are still on Zoom and virtual, so everything's been recorded. And all the meetings are online if anybody's interested in getting a sense or for the flavor of the discussion during the meetings.
All right, well, good. Okay, so seeing no further questions, I'm looking up. Am I getting raised hands out there? Any follow-up, Jay or Lucinda on this one?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the next one is the opportunity to talk about the renewable energy ordinance. And I would suspect you're going to be presenting on that as well.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. And yes, we'll talk about this one next. And as you all know, we've been drafting this. I'll just jump to the next slide. I do want to point out that image on the upper right is an image from Perrin Wind Farm, if anyone's been out there. So we'll talk about that more in a bit as well. So we've been working on this project for a while. And I'll talk about the schedule and the process on the next slide, but I did want to just kind of quickly go over this. We gave an update to the board, I believe it was back in April, on what we're doing and a proposed outline for amending the zoning ordinance. So this would be in addition to the zoning ordinance in chapter 3, where we in that chapter provide standards for development of special uses. So this would be a conditional use permit for utility scale renewable energy systems. And we are focusing on solar, wind, and biomass facilities in particular. We're also looking to amend the chapter 5 waiver section, and that's where the Planning Commission has the ability to waive certain standards. So just to get a little bit into detail, some of the new considerations for waivers would focus on audible noise, how collection lines are built, whether or not they're underground or above ground, and also a phenomenon called shadow flicker. We're also with this updating chapter 6 definitions with quite a few new terms and concepts that would then go along with the draft. And I just did want to mention again that the initiative for this came partly out of the projects that we're seeing come in the door, but also it's a directive, an action item out of the comprehensive plan to develop a utility scale energy ordinance. And we, knowing the projects that were coming in, focus this on the renewable sites. So with that, just to give you a quick update since your April meeting on this, that we've been having ongoing meetings with the advisory group. And just to talk a bit about the advisory group, it is a fairly informal group and it's a fairly fluid process. The advisory group is made up of a real diverse mix of energy developers, county residents. We have people from state lands, from Arizona Public Service on it. We've got a real wide mix. We've got several ranchers, the large property owners as part of this advisory group. So it's been a very, very dynamic and a very informative process with really frank discussions. And we've talked about topics like this. The draft has in it, it's modeled similar to our wireless telecommunications facility ordinance where we have preferred siting criteria. We've had some frank discussion about agrivoltaics. That's kind of a hot topic in the industry where developers are combining agricultural with soil. So we've had discussion about that. We've had the biomass industry involved. They've reviewed our draft and provided us comments as to the standards. The area highlighted in yellow, so we're talking about a visual resource inventory. These are the highlighted lines kind of talk about some of the bigger topics that the committee has discussed, but also we've learned from this process where we might need to provide additional resources for the county, not just for these types of projects, but in general. So for instance, we've identified the need that at some point it would be very helpful for the county to conduct a visual resource inventory. Obviously, visual impacts of particularly wind projects and as well as solar can impact what our visual resources. So when you think of a visual resource, we could think of scenic corridors, historic roads, national monuments and parks, but we don't have an actual official inventory list. So we started to put something together, but that might be something that we embark on possibly before the next comprehensive plan update. So we have a real good inventory of visual resources in the county. The next line that I've highlighted is preliminary site investigations, and in particular, an idea called pre-cultural on-site survey. And that's more of a concept because the preliminary site investigations are part of this draft ordinance. And what those are preliminary information that will help staff and the planning commission understand how these are being cited. So for example, what we're suggesting that we receive with an application is information about wildlife habitat, vegetation, visual impacts, cultural resources. So we know from the get-go what these sites might impact. Along with that, then we have learned just through different contacts. For example, the Nature Conservancy got wind of what we're working on, and they contacted us to share some understanding that they've learned in developing renewable projects, and that's how to do pre-cultural on-site surveys with our Native American governments. So really, and we'll talk a bit more about this because we're realizing that this could be helpful to develop some suggested communication methods to do early outreach with tribes that may be impacted by projects such as this. So we've come up with some concepts and some basically guidance for developers and how to initiate that early discussion. Wind turbine setbacks is a big topic of discussion with the community. Just for context, Perrin Wind Farm turbines are about 300 feet plus tall. The turbines that were recently approved with the NextEra project are around 600 feet tall. And we've seen other projects that are potentially coming in with turbines taller than that. So the setbacks then from residential property lines are a very important discussion with neighbors. And so I've got some images to show you in the future, but we do have some, our draft performance standards talk very specifically about setbacks. And I just wanted to kind of highlight that for you to let you know that that is a very important topic of conversation. Also, as part of this outline, we are writing into the draft how monitoring would work, ongoing monitoring of these sites, and then how operational impacts to operations may occur. So for example, if there were known impacts that were discovered during monitoring, we're having a discussion about how operational changes may be needed to mitigate some of those impacts. We're obviously looking at construction impacts to soils and vegetation. And a recent topic that's come up, particularly from the Planning and Zoning Commission, they've been getting monthly updates on this, is how to understand cumulative impacts of the project. So knowing that these projects are large scale and covering many acres of the landscape, they're landscape scale projects, trying to understand cumulatively what those impacts would be. And interestingly, there is an action item in our current comprehensive plan that speaks to developing an understanding of cumulative impacts, primarily for wildlife habitat. So we do have some really excellent tools available to us through Arizona Game and Fish that can help us understand that. But I'll speak a little bit more about that in a bit. And then, as you know, we've had a recent approval. The Babbitt Ranch Energy Center conditional use permit was approved in August. That's a combination of solar, 640 acre, one section of solar panel arrays, along with wind turbines, 54 wind turbines. So that was approved in August. We're learning a lot from these approvals. We've also, the developer of that site, which is NextEra Energy, they're on our advisory committee. They and the commission were very aware in August of the draft ordinance and the proposed standards that were in the ordinance. And so there was very frank discussion about how that project actually tracked along with the draft ordinance. So that's a lot, I know, to absorb, but hopefully then we can talk more specifics about some of these highlighted topics. So just to talk a bit about a visual resource inventory, and we have mapping efforts going on. So we do have a map that you can see a snapshot of on the right, that where we are starting to map, well, we have mapped our projects, both the operational projects, the approved projects, and our pending projects. This map is a little bit deceiving in the sense that when we locate these based on just their parcel numbers, it appears that there is that they coverage massive acres, which they do. But when we actually look at the specific site plan, the actual footprint is much smaller. So we are working with GIS to determine how best to map this based on either a digitized site plan or a township section. So it actually gives a more realistic view of the footprint of the project. So that's something that's coming. Image on the left again is Perrin Wind Farm. So, one thing that the advisory group brought up, and the energy developers in particular, said that it would be very helpful to have a list or a map of the county's known visual resources. So we do know, based on our comprehensive plan, what some of the formalized visual resources are, such as historic roads, scenic roads, national parks and monuments. So we're mapping those, and that will at least be a start. There are other ways we can get into much deeper visual resource mapping, but this is something, again, that has come out of the advisory meetings that would be helpful to both staff and to developers, and then I think to the whole county going forward to understand visual resources. And let me know at any time if you wanted me to stop or if you have questions on a particular topic, because I'd like to jump into next this idea of the pre-cultural on-site survey.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm ready to jump on all kinds of. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So on the wind turbines, when we approved the project out towards Williams, I think that's what this is. We asked the FAA people were were not supportive. The neighbors were not supportive because of the red lights. And we had in our approval, we had a language that we put in there for FAA. Did anything ever become of that? And is that part of our policy now?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Yes, the FAA warning lights are very much a part of the draft ordinance and has been an early topic of discussion with the advisory group. And there has been some technological changes since Perrin Wind Farm was approved. So now the way the draft is written, the Federal Aviation Administration requires those aviation warning lights on the turbines, and those are now radar activated. So what that means is when an aircraft flies within that warning range, those lights come on automatically, but then they will go off. So we have seen data from Perrin in terms of the amount of time that those lights come on. There are some nights when the lights come on very infrequently and not for a long time. There are other nights when those lights are on much longer. And we do know, though, that that is due to aircraft overflights. But that is something that the ordinance must comply with because that's a safety requirement from the Federal Aviation Administration. But the improvements have been made since Perrin was approved in that they are radar activated. So they do go off once the aircraft has passed over, and they won't be on all night long.
Okay,
and if you need more information, we have data we can bring to you.
That would be great. And then, all these projects, the area plans, these are great. I mean, this is amazing plans that you're all working on. I'm just thinking that this is a great opportunity for a partnership with NAU, with students there. like you have an advisory committee here. I know that at NAU, the Native American programs has the environmental department, and they work on projects. So I'm just wondering, not just there, but I know NAU as a whole, there must be departments or opportunities for students to get involved, to be able to learn hands-on with some of these projects that are happening. There's so many that are going on, and just such great work. You're a great professor. You would be.
Thank you, Chair Feller. We have had interns from NAU. We don't have one this semester, but that's something that we need to pursue again. And we did recently present the renewable energy ordinance to the Tri-Diversity Council. And I am going to connect with the Native American Environmental Group at NAU, definitely, because I think they would be a great resource for this. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm happy to hear that you're going to be working with tribes too. And that is very important with all of these plans. Not just the renewable, but with the area plans as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
all right. Thank you, Lena. Patrice, you're up there. Did you want to comment?
Well, I am out here and I was just kind of listening. I have sat in on a couple of the advisory group meetings and to basically become more informed on what's going on. Obviously, this is going to be a very important ordinance. It's going to, again, what we were talking about with the other area plans, it's going to affect our community going forward and really taking a look at the needs we have for renewable energy. And we have to make sure that when we are addressing all the various concerns, that we are in fact promoting our renewable energy and promoting options for solar, wind, and biomass. And it's hard, and just sitting and taking part in some of those advisory meetings with the various stakeholders and groups here in our community, you can see how hard it is and it is to draft the ordinance. And I appreciate the direction and leadership of Melissa and others as we move forward on this. So thanks for the update. Look forward to more. I have seen the visual impacts, and I saw a little bit of that with the Babbitt project. It's pretty interesting. Some of the what the scenarios they developed, and I guess the optics that they developed and what it's going to look like. So thank you very much.
And I know, we're still working through this one. Actually, where you're paused, I was hoping to comment on particularly the visual ordinance, because that's what I've been wrestling around with since we went through our initial hearings of other wind farms. And it gets into that discussion point of not only the wildlife component, but having, there are areas that wind developed in that eventually became, from one end of the jurisdiction to the other end, wall-to-wall, wind turbines. And a big piece of our county is tourism based. And the energy component is a critical piece. And I think it's a very important piece. It certainly does weigh into climate action. What do we do at landscape level? It fits into the rural planning areas for the sake of ranchers. And, what is the new version of ranching business model that they have. So it fits very well with that. By the same token, if we're not taking an inventory and approaching it from the cumulative impact, we could find ourselves discovering that, okay, we've allowed them everywhere. I'll use my photo that's behind me right now. You can see an uninterrupted, we don't have a wind turbine in there. Well, you could see that eventually being filled with wind turbines. So it is balancing some of our ethos of our community. We certainly want to provide the opportunity, and it might be not only aligned with that, but aligned with both the solar, but more so the wind, more appropriate zones. But even with that, usually the more appropriate zone where you have wind is a prominent point that's visual as well. So I appreciate these questions being asked in the consideration of trying to do that, think about that, because I hope we can build plans that we find a balance for each of these elements. And then along that line, the setbacks and adjacencies to communities, that's something to be weighed out. One thing that I've seen with hearings over time is when you do get into rural communities, people start claiming 10 miles from their house as their area of impact, although that's not how it works when you go through land planning scenarios, but it's an evaluation component. And it fits well with these type of discussions. But if you're coming up on a community in the setback, it is a fair discussion of what will happen. I know we have built in our ordinance, dismantling. We definitely want to make sure that we have nice binding documents associated with that. Should there be, bankruptcy or whatever, what is the dismantling plan associated with if these are no longer being used associated with that. And another piece along that line, and I'll get you in a second, Patrice, it would be, I didn't see in what you have flagged, and maybe you'll have it a little later, but it's already bubbled up once when you were doing the Dry Lake wind farm, is military. There are shadow components and or flight components that it's an indirect interface with military. They're not always easy to get feedback, but that's an element that probably should be weighed out, or at least provided the opportunity for discourse to occur associated with that. Go ahead, Patrice.
Well, and I wasn't going to get into that, but since you did, Chair Ryan, it is a balancing act, and yet, you always have to give something to get something, and it's never you're never going to please everybody. That's the bottom line. So I think it's going to be important to determine what is the actual goals, what is the actual benefit. How much are we supporting renewable energy and the importance of renewable energy, and then try to balance that in as much as we can for a lot of the factors that you were talking about, Chair Ryan. The visibility, the fact that we are this incredibly beautiful area and have so many tourists who come here because of the beauty of our area and our environment. On the other hand, in order to maintain that beauty and to maintain that environment, we need to make a commitment to renewable energy and renewable resources and sustainability. So it is a balancing act. It's been an incredible learning experience to sit in on, and many of the advisory group meetings that have occurred that have so many stakeholders from so many different areas. But ultimately, it's going to come down to what are we going to do, what is important, and what are our values when we take a look at renewable energy in this renewable energy ordinance. So wasn't going to get into that, but since you opened the door, I decided to walk right through it. So thanks, Chair Ryan.
Yeah, it's why we need the ordinance. It's how can we enable and have that balance that we have. Very important points. Just check. I should probably just quickly check in. We do have additional presentation that Melissa will do, but let me check in. Judy or Geronimo, did you want to weigh in at all at this point, or do you want to wait?
I just want to say I had the opportunity of going to Parent Ranch and seeing some of these turbines up close, and it's very impressive. And despite what I might have thought beforehand, it wasn't as visually interrupting as I thought it might have been. being out there. And so I just appreciate all this information, and I agree with Supervisor Horstman about the need to have some parameters and some guidelines, so that way we don't allow too many, and then we're kind of taking a step backwards. So I support the moving forward with this ordinance and trying to regulate these, but also embracing renewable energy at the same time. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Begay, Judy. So take a minute. There you go.
Good evening. I think all the information that I kind of wanted to allude to was brought up by Matt, yourself, and Patrice. So I really don't have anything else to say at this point in time. Just basically, I think a renewable energy is something we really need to pay attention to. And so that's the only comment I have to make on top of what you guys have said.
Great. And actually, Melissa will continue with the presentation, and we'll have additional opportunity. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you, and thank you for that feedback. It's important to hear this so we can make sure that we're thinking this through as best we can and looking at it from all sides. So, and just to follow up on the visual resource inventory, and as you mentioned, Chair Ryan, there are visual simulations that we receive with every project. So that does show and they do an amazing job. The technology has really come so far where we get scaled images showing the impacts of, for instance, turbines from certain distances. And just kind of a little tidbit, we have learned through that process that 10 miles is about at the point where the human eye will not actually be able to see a turbine. So you'll see in our draft, we've actually written in that standard. So we're using that as a distance from which to gauge, distance from a visual resource, for instance. So that 10 miles is important to think about in terms of actually being able to see some of these facilities. I wanted to just talk a bit about this idea of a pre-cultural on-site survey, because these renewable projects are likely to have federal requirements for formal consultation surveys, but not all of them will. So if projects are just on private land, then there is not a requirement for the cultural studies, for instance. So there will be a requirement, if there's any kind of threatened or endangered species, U.S. Fish and Wildlife will require the developer, and this is from the federal requirements developing wind facilities, that they'll have to study impacts to birds for eagles. But other than that, there aren't formal requirements to do cultural surveys, for instance, on private land. And our current zoning ordinance doesn't require that either. So, we have written that into the draft, though, that is another piece of information that will be very helpful for staff and the Planning Commission to use to evaluate the siting of these projects. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the suggestions that we have for public hearing cases is to encourage applicants and developers to seek very early involvement with tribal nations and to build relationships with them, to share knowledge, stories, information about these sites that may not be available through SHPO or through formal surveys, to actually have on-site meetings. And the idea, though, is this could avoid later challenges and unexpected delays. And this is actually, this was very good information shared with us by the Nature Conservancy and some of the work that they're doing with tribal consultants. So, we've developed some suggested communication strategies with Native American governments for public hearing projects. So this could apply to more than just these projects, but to any large public hearing project that may require a different level of outreach. So a supplement to our public participation plan. We wouldn't write this as a requirement into the draft, but we wanted to make you aware of this because there are, some steps that would be that we would suggest to make that initial contact. I know that there is, there's a view in terms of how communication and consultation with some of the Native American governments may either delay a project or throw some more uncertainty in it. But from the experience that we've been introduced to from the Nature Conservancy, for instance, and other agencies, this can actually go a long way to creating really positive and long-lasting relationships, and building trust and really getting these projects information out there early about these types of projects. So I wanted to mention this because we won't build that, or at least at this point, we haven't built this into the ordinance as a formal requirement, but it has come up, and it's been another learning piece that we've gained from this process. So that's really all I had to mention about that. But if there's any feedback, we would certainly appreciate it about this idea and this strategy. So the next slide I have to show is a diagram of wind turbine setbacks. And I'll just take a second to explain what this shows. So on the left here, if there's a person standing, for instance, on the ground and looking at a wind turbine, this shows the view of an 880-foot wind turbine at a half-mile distance, which is the larger view. And then if that same 880-foot wind turbine were placed a mile from that person standing on the ground. So and actually one of our advisory group members, Thad Johnson, put this image together for us. He lives near Perrin Ranch. And it was something that the committee has discussed for a while, and pretty thoroughly, because the developers are looking for something that is more along the lines of a half-mile, the middle view distance. The way the ordinance is currently drafted, the requirement is for a minimum half-mile setback from any residential property, or 3 times the height of the turbine, whichever is greater. The property owners, and I think with Perrin Wind Farm, this experience came partly out of that experience, are saying the mile setback distance is obviously less visual impact. You can kind of see from this diagram the way that looks. The interesting thing about the ordinance and where this advisory group has landed is that because the way it's been drafted, the Planning Commission would have the ability to waive either decrease or increase setback distances for the turbines, meaning that could be customized project by project. So this is somewhat of a discussion that the committee has had, or the advisory group. I would say it's not a committee, it's an advisory group. That it has been discussed many, many times, but it is a topic that no one is completely happy, as we just heard. The property owners would prefer at least a mile setback requirement minimum in the ordinance. The developers would rather something less than a half a mile. So the advisory group, we've landed on a half a mile with the understanding that it can be certainly customized out by the Planning Commission based on input at the time of project review. So I just wanted to show this diagram because this really does start to help us understand how the very large wind turbines, we don't have anything of this size built yet in the county. I think we can anticipate them coming online. So this visual, I think, can help us understand from a property owner's concern what that impact might be. The next slide I have does talk about cumulative impacts. Again, this is on the left is Perrin Wind Farm, and on the right is the APS substation in Donny Park, the panels out there. So as I mentioned earlier, there is discussion in the comprehensive plan to develop a cumulative impact assessment for primarily wildlife habitat. So in addition, the Planning and Zoning Commission has raised this concern now that they're seeing these projects move forward toward their hearing schedule for approval, that they're wanting to understand cumulative impacts for wildlife. I think they're also looking for habitat impacts, including vegetation. And so in the draft, we've got a definition for cumulative impacts that primarily focuses on wildlife habitat, which would include vegetative communities. And then a requirement for asking developers to help us understand a cumulative impact analysis. So this is somewhat in process in terms of exactly how to fit it in to this ordinance, but it is something that we are working pretty quickly to try to write into the draft and have advisory group review of that. So with that, the next slide is about the schedule and the process. So I will move on to that because it's something to think about as we're working with the advisory group. And there are some upcoming opportunities as well that I can point out. So again, we began with this advisory group in July of 2020. It's been primarily virtual. It's been all virtual on Zoom meetings, but we started with the technical advisory group. It quickly transitioned into our community advisory group. We have upwards of 20 plus participants at every meeting and well over an email list of over 45 contacts that we send to, and including the Naval Observatory. They've been a very active member of our advisory group. So we are meeting monthly. We're doing research all the time between meetings to address the issues that are brought up. And so we actually are getting ready to schedule our next meeting later this month. So we've also met on site we met in person with the ranchers, the large property owners, and we've gone out and visited most of our large ranches around the county, including Perrin Wind Farm. We have visited Babbitt Ranch. We visited the Flying M and the Bar T Bar and met with the ranchers. So ranchers are part of our advisory group, so we're getting feedback from them. There's an opportunity to visit Perrin Ranch there. So there's a site visit. Mike McCauley has offered a site visit this month. So we're putting that out there as an opportunity for advisory group members to go and tour Perrin Ranch. As I mentioned before, we're updating the Planning Commission every month on the progress of this. Some months we have more time with them than others to get them an update. So you can see we've been pretty much throughout this year giving them updates as to the progress and status of this project. With you, the Board of Supervisors, your last update on this was April of this year and then today. So we are anticipating moving forward this spring to have public open houses or an open house. And then again, with a target date of late spring in 2022 to bring a draft forward for public hearings with first the Planning and Zoning Commission and then the Board of Supervisors. So I know this is a lot. The draft ordinance itself is several pages long. It will cover, again, those changes to those three primary areas of the zoning ordinance, but I can stop here and go back to any questions.
All right, we'll swing back to the board on this. And just to say, I love this. I think it's evolved quite a bit. The conversations have evolved quite a bit. You know, still these different areas, work our way through it, see where we can go. A question that I have is just out of curiosity. Did you ever get into discussions of potential zones by chance? Almost as though we're dealing with lighting zones instead of energy zones.
That is an approach that we talked about early on. So I guess there are a couple ways of thinking about that. And just for more context, our current zoning ordinance, as it's written today, permits a utility facility as a conditional use permit in any zoning district. So these projects that have been permitted so far, Perrin Wind Farm and Clenera and also NextEra, have all been permitted as what's called a utility facility. And that's the large scale utility projects. And this then would further refine that term to be specifically utility scale renewable energy, either solar, wind, or biomass. So those have then been specifically defined. in the ordinance. So, and those are again permitted throughout any zoning district with a use permit. There have been other efforts across the country, particularly in California, where the communities have done analysis to determine the best siting areas. So taking into account different parameters such as soils, topography, wildlife, agricultural lands, economic zones, and narrowed it down from there and identified the best locations for these projects to be sited. Given that we were already permitting these as utility facilities, we did not take that approach, but we are trying to cover as many of those topics and those concerns as we can with the studies that we're suggesting be submitted with each application. Does that answer that question?
It does. You did have the discussion some on it. I'm still curious about that of potential application in our area, but we also need to proceed. Sometimes we can always come back with amendments if the dialogue continues, because you start to implement and then there's a cause and effect, and it calls for maybe we should revisit the ordinance and take a look at it when we do pass that. I'll go ahead. Let me walk through the board members because we are at the end of the presentation here. I'll start with Supervisor Horstman. Did you want to add to your earlier comments or questions?
Well, yeah, just a couple of very small to add to what I said. But you were asking about the pre-cultural on-site survey. That Melissa, I think that sounds very interesting. And I know in some of these large ranch areas are close to, I should say, some of our tribal lands. I think it's a great idea just to get everybody on board and everybody talking and input. So I really think that's a great idea. I also look forward to getting more information on some of our planning and zoning commission concerns. I know this is from G to a CUP, so I'd love to talk with them too and see what their thoughts are on this process.
Thank you.
All right, Hieronymus.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to seeing this ordinance come to fruition. Thank you.
All right, Judy, District 4. We'll give her a minute. Let me hop over to Vice Chair Fowler. Up and down. There you are.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I had to. I really appreciate this presentation. We've been moving in this direction for some time now. Now it'll be nicely laid out and be able to have an open conversation with these guides and guidelines, and then more importantly, or just as important, communities will know what to expect in their neighborhoods, and also just the companies that are coming in proposing these and making sure there's a coordinated effort that is out there. So I want to just thank you for working on this. Thank you, Jay, and your team. And we've been moving in this direction for some time. So thank you.
All right, and then probably my last one. I'm really excited. It's moving forward. It's always been a part of the desired outcome to move forward with this ordinance. Gets us even closer, which is great. Other areas to mature a little bit more for what you're working on, but you have a good group. It sounds like they put together. Just noting the lighting component, I'm glad you brought that up, Lena. That spun out of part of it was putting it in conditions. The other part of it was our new positions where we do have that joint position shared with the City of Flagstaff, where it looks at our dark skies and I know Mark Stento worked some with the Perrin Wind Farm as they were progressing with the tail end of the FAA implementation associated with this. So that is it's an important element. We're dealing with the dark skies as well on this. Anything else, Melissa or Jay or?
I would like just to add a couple of other additional points. You all may know that Navajo County does have a wind ordinance in place. That's been in place for a number of years. So we have looked at that and used that to some degree to inform this draft. Ours looks quite a bit different than theirs. What you might find that's similar is the decommissioning piece. And that is a requirement when the facility becomes obsolete or something else happens where it's not operational. That's the requirement to take the facility down and restore the site to the prior conditions. So Navajo County does have that in place. And I also want to mention something that we've learned going on throughout Arizona, is particularly in Pinal County. Pinal County is one of the best places in the country for solar resources. So they have seen a huge influx of applications for these facilities. I think that we understood that they've had over 300 applications for solar farms in Pinal County. And I do think that they are in the process of developing an ordinance, possibly along the lines of the what you were referring to, Chairman Ryan, in terms of siting zones. So I have contacted them. I haven't heard back. They don't have anything that I've been able to find in terms of a draft, but the developers who have been very active in this process are all very aware, and they keep reminding us that this ordinance draft will be possibly a model for other communities, not just in Arizona, but throughout the West. We've had contacts from Colorado, State Lands, Arizona State Lands is engaged in our process. So, whatever we do end up with, and we can certainly modify going forward, will be potentially looked at. I know when I was doing the initial research for this, I looked at other ordinances. So, that's just something to keep in mind, that it could be a model going forward for other communities. Yes, and I am always happy to share other information offline. It's been a very robust process with the advisory group, and honestly, there are a lot of people to thank for their time and commitment and interest that they have given to us as staff primarily, and helping us understand all of the potential ways to design this, and looking at it from both the development side as well as the community side, and our comprehensive, trying to at the same time maintain the values in our comprehensive plan. So there's a long list of people to thank, which we'll get into at some point. But yeah, we are very grateful for that input and for the ability to utilize them for this process. We really, it has become a much better product, and the hope is that by the time it does come to public hearings, we hope that there'll be, for the most part, agreement moving forward. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Melissa. And Jay or Lucinda, did you want to wrap up at all?
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything to add. I think it's all been addressed, but thank you for the opportunity and thanks for the feedback.
You're welcome, Jay. Lucinda?
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's attention to this. These are very important initiatives, particularly the renewable energy ordinance, the scale and pace of renewable energy development that we will likely see when the infrastructure bill passes, as well as other initiatives that the Biden administration is proposing for climate change. I think we're going to see a lot of focus in this area. And we do have some great areas. And it's interesting because solar power is actually more efficient where it's cooler. And So I think if, you know, it really will come down to where are the transmission access points. That is the key issue, is transmission access. And if there's transmission access available, I think we're going to see this. I think as we think about this right now, most of these projects have been in very, very outlying areas, extremely rural, ranches, et cetera. But as we see development in areas that are closer to our communities or more rural residential areas, I think we're going to have, you know, we've got to really think about this, not just on those landscapes, but on the other types of landscapes this could occur on, very much within visibility and reach of communities. So with that, appreciate it. And again, if there's interest, if any of the supervisors would like to sit down and get into more of the details, certainly please reach out to Melissa and or Jay and we'll set that up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lucinda, Jay, and Melissa. So that actually, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and I was just trying to check in with Steve. Are we yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if we could take a few minute break to continue. After the break, we have COVID. Kim is here to do a COVID update. And then from there, we'll be doing standing reports on legislative redistricting and then roundtable. So if we can take maybe a 10-minute break, that would be great.
Yeah, why don't we do 10? Give a chance for people to stretch their legs a little bit here too. So it is like 2:46. We're coming back at about 55, 56, somewhere in that range.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Those 10-minute breaks are dangerous. You kind of get to see the beautiful temperatures outside.
I had like 3 minutes in the last 8 minutes, 3 meetings in the last 8 minutes just in the hall.
Yeah. And then, yeah, they go quick. It's the worst kind of samples we used to do in the biotech firm I had were 5 minutes. Too long to really, be there for the sample. You can daydream, but too short that you could easily miss it, so similar idea. Well, next up, we have the presentation, discussion, and update associated with the Coconino County's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And actually, I should just make sure we have all our board members here too. I saw Patrice and Geronimo hop up. See if Lena's out there. There's Lena and the studio out there. She usually takes a little bit to get to her pause, but there she is. Right now.
Here, Ryan, Supervisor Begay is on, but she said her cut out, so we may end up losing her.
She's in listening phase at this point. All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay. All right, so Steve, I'm gonna kick it over to you before we go to Kim.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Kim Musselman here to give an update on our COVID response. The numbers are trending in the wrong direction at this point in time. Kim, of course, is providing some updates and some exciting news in terms of some of the things we're doing out in the field. Credit always goes to HHS for all doing whatever they can do. We consistently and every day thank not only HHS, but all our health providers for doing all that they're doing to curb COVID, as well as here in the organization. So again, I'm going to just turn it over to Kim and she'll provide our update. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan and supervisors. Lindsay, I believe, is going to be sharing my slides for me, so I'll let her pull that up and get it in.
Can you see it, Kim, or no?
Yes, but it's not in presentation mode.
Okay, got it. Can you see it now?
Yeah, can you make it so it's just, there you go, one slide, perfect. And you can go to the next slide if you would, please, Lindsay. Thank you. So thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. I know it's been a few weeks in terms of a formal update, but have been providing those situational updates to you each week, and hopefully you're finding those useful to stay in touch with what we're doing in terms of the response, as well as all the other information that you're getting to, and thankfully sharing with all of your constituents as well regarding opportunities for vaccinations, testing, and otherwise. So as we get started this afternoon, I just want to point out, as Steve had mentioned, our transmission level continues to be in high. Our incident rate is actually up, again, even from the week ending 10/16. These are for the week of October 17th through the 23rd, where you're at 353.4 per 100,000. And our percent positivity has also gone up to 8.6%, moving us back into the substantial with respect to that percent of positivity. And as Steve had mentioned, our numbers, are definitely still trending upward, which is not the direction that we want. Interesting note, and I just received this afternoon a report from the state that had put together a graphic across the country in terms of case numbers, and it's interesting waves to be watching right now. If you look at what is the south and far east, southeast of Florida, and moving forward, their numbers have gone substantially down. So it's like this wave effect that we see moving from east to west. So we'll keep an eye on what is going to be happening over the course of the next several weeks and hope that ours will begin to trend down. You can see the vaccination rates that are for eligible individuals. These are from the ADHS website, cumulative for those who have been received vaccination, at least one dose of vaccination. So you can see where Coconino County is sitting currently, just despite the fact that we continue to give at least 5, well, up until last week when boosters were approved, and I'll talk more about that shortly. We were averaging about 500 vaccines a week for those who were receiving either, first or second doses, and of course the Pfizer booster at that time. So of course, as of this last week, those numbers have changed significantly, given some booster doses, and they're about to change even more significantly, given some of the things that have just happened today with respect to ACIP, the committee, and some approvals regarding child vaccinations. So next slide, please. Just want to show briefly, I like to bring up this each time and let you see the epi curve from the beginning of the pandemic, and you can see how those numbers go up and down. You'll see that as for the week ending October 30th, which just ended on Saturday, a reminder that we do get some data lag in terms of numbers. It does seem to be down a little bit. Let's hope that it stays that way. We'll see as we get in the rest of the numbers over the next couple days to firm up the week ending October 30th. Next slide, please. As far as testing, we continue to have an amazing number of tests being conducted, which I, again, just remind everyone is really actually pretty impressive considering how you compare the rest of the country. We have lots of access to testing. We have lots of people taking advantage of testing throughout the entire county. And of course, working with our university, doing some other mitigation type of testing as much as possible. And of course, the schools and other things with the rapid tests and other resources that are being provided to them. And so you will see on here that just over 6,300 tests that were completed for the week ending October 23rd. And just as by way of update, the NAU Fieldhouse testing location will be continuing through at least the end of the year and will be open even after the students go on break. They will be open throughout the holidays with some exceptions that I will be sharing with you in terms of the actual holiday days over Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. Next slide, please. So as you're probably all fully aware, the booster doses were approved for Johnson & Johnson and Moderna last week. And in addition to that approval, they also approved the option to be able to choose which type of vaccine booster you wish to receive, allowing for that mixing and matching of vaccines. We are currently administering all 3 booster doses here in Coconino County and at our HHS clinics, as well as our partner clinics with PMG. And we'll continue to be doing so. And also each of those locations have the option of the mix and match as well. So just wanted to make sure that you're all aware of that. Of course, the criteria for those who are eligible for boosters for Pfizer and Moderna, of course, it's anyone 65 and older, anyone 18 and older who live in long-term care settings, anyone 18 and older who has an underlying medical condition, and anyone 18 and older who live or work in situations putting them at greater risk of exposure to COVID-19. So in essence, short of a few exceptions, pretty much anyone over the age of 18, if they've been fully vaccinated and it has been at least 6 months after the initial series, are eligible for booster doses, should they choose. The Johnson & Johnson booster doses are also recommended for anyone over 18 who's received Johnson & Johnson 2 or more months following their initial vaccination. So we've got many people also eligible for Johnson & Johnson boosters, or in this situation, should they decide they want to have a mix and match and get a booster dose of Moderna or Pfizer, they can also do that. Next slide, please. So exciting news. In fact, I was multitasking, listening to the board meeting as well as the ASIP meeting. And as of 5 p.m. Eastern time, the ASIP board voted unanimously to approve the emergency use authorization of the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11 at the lower dose. That it's a different dose for our youngsters. The only piece that is left in this process is for the CDC director to approve the ASIP's recommendation, which we anticipate happening very quickly. Probably not until morning, just given that it's already after 5 o'clock on the East Coast. However, stranger things have happened. With that being said, what that means is, as long as it is fully approved, as we anticipate, we at Health and Human Services will begin administering the lower dose Pfizer vaccine to the 5 to 11 year age group beginning Friday, November 5th. That is assuming that we receive our vaccine. We have pre-ordered as we were allowed to do. And I was trying to get some confirmation to see if we had received it yet this afternoon. As I just got an email across my other screen, and we received our first shipment today and are scheduled to receive our second tomorrow. So with that being said, as long as the CDC director formally approves, we will begin administering child vaccines on Friday. And I'm going to give you some specifics about how we're going to do that and how we want to proceed at our location, keeping things clear and safe with respect to all of the different doses and vaccines that are now in play. Just want to also note here that Flagstaff Unified School District is now going to be working with Premier Medical Group, who, as you're all very familiar with, has been a partner provider up here working with us, doing vaccines out of the Fieldhouse location. Most recently, just this past Saturday, started administering vaccines at the Coconino Community College location on Saturday mornings. And then I've been administering vaccines for the past couple of Fridays at the Elks Lodge. They are now going to be working with Flagstaff Unified School District to make arrangements to get other vaccine clinics scheduled with the schools. This will be both for obviously the 12 and older middle school and high school age group, as well as then incorporating the younger ages over the next month or two as we go forward. Next slide, please. So a couple of late breaking developments, so late breaking that Steve was getting a text this afternoon saying, bring me up to speed. What are we doing? We're opening a vaccine site at the mall. Yes, we are. On Friday, so last week with the approval of the boosters, Wednesday, as you're aware, we've been doing clinics at HHS on Wednesdays and Fridays. On Wednesday was our first day administering boosters. Of course, everyone was very excited about the booster option. And so we had a flood of folks show up at HHS, in fact, overwhelming the parking lot a bit on Wednesday, which the team managed stellarly in terms of taking care of the situation. We're able, all hands showed up on deck and managed the volume and number of folks. And in fact, we're so well prepared that Friday was a much different day and much less traffic at HHS. However, with that being said, one of the things that we have been contemplating anyway is figuring out how to move our vaccines indoors for the safety of our staff and the health and safety of our staff, because it's getting cold, the weather, and then also concerns about people parking in the parking lot, trying to get into the building, having to do some reconfiguration in the building to move vaccines inside. So with that being said, the team got incredibly creative on Friday, just last Friday, and was contemplating, is there any way there's space at the mall that we could possibly bring things indoors? And Tammy Suavieco at facilities, the acting assistant facilities director, said, let me make some phone calls. And Michelle and Eve had been on the call with her saying, is there anything out there? And lo and behold, the Flagstaff Mall said, yes, you can use the old Denny's location I think it's eventually going to become a bowling alley, but or something like that. It doesn't have a contract right now. And so the Flagstaff Mall has generously contributed this convenient location for COVID vaccine clinics for at least the next 8 weeks. We'll take a look at how long we want to continue. And so what we're going to do is this Wednesday, so tomorrow, we will still have our regular hours here at HHS for our vaccines, and we will run those here at this location. And then on Friday, our vaccine operations will transition to the Flagstaff Mall. And it is going to be in what was the old Denny's. So it's right there in the front next to the Hobby Lobby. There's going to be great directional signage up out there, and folks will be able to enter from the outside doors. There's ample parking. It's a great location, and in partnership with the mall, we're bringing folks to the mall and also have the opportunity to be vaccinated. What we're going to be doing at our location is, and our hours are adjusting because we need to conform with mall hours. And so the mall opens at 11 o'clock. So we will be doing adult vaccines from 11 to 1. So that's anyone 18 and older. And then we're going to transition from 2 to 5 to only do vaccinations for children. And that will be all the way up to 17. So from 5 years to 17, of course, a guardian must accompany minors. And this will allow us to have good separation for the different types of vaccines and allow for hours that are conducive to kids getting out of school, parents being able to have kids come to the mall if they so wish to have their child obtain that vaccination there. Then next Wednesday on the 10th, we will also do the same thing and shifting both of our clinic days over to the mall. Again, replicating that 11 to 1 for adults and 2 to 5 for the 5 to 17-year-olds. So a couple of things I want to pause here for just a moment. One, I want to, first of all, thank the Flagstaff Mall. We're going to be putting out an ad in the newspaper here coming out to not only advertise that we are doing this, but also thanking them as well. This is going to be great. Our logistics team, Wes and Tim, have been hard at work and along with facilities, getting the location ready, just so no one has the picture of all the booths of the Denny's diner. All the booths have been removed. No one's getting vaccines in booths. It's all an open floor plan. There's privacy curtains and places for people to sit and be able to wait for their 15 minutes and make sure, or their 15 or 30 minutes and make sure that there's no adverse reactions. And so that will be all set up to begin on Friday. And so with that being said, we won't be running clinics out of HHS. So what that means is tomorrow is the last day that you are able to come to HHS through the drive-through, drive-in park option for flu vaccines and COVID vaccines, but for flu vaccines. So we want to encourage anyone who may want to participate in that, to both the public and certainly all of county staff who may want to take advantage of getting their flu shot here at what Sandy Deal describes our public defender as such a slick operation to drive up and in 5 minutes you have your flu shot and you're on your way. After tomorrow, flu vaccine will still be available at HHS, but that will be through our clinic by appointment. So we will ask folks to schedule appointments for flu vaccine. So next slide, please. So wanted to just give an update. We continue to have pop-up events throughout the county. Just this past weekend and yesterday, we were in Page on Saturday in partnership up there with Canyonlands, as well as the Mayor Dyack up there, gathering others, and had a great turnout, administered another 106 doses, which many of those doses were second doses from our last trip up there, as well as additional new first doses. And then we were in Tucson in the Grand Canyon Village yesterday and administered 52 doses up at Tucson and 75 over Grand Canyon Village. Many of those are also booster doses, just for all of your awareness. As I already mentioned, tomorrow at King Street will be our final event held here. And we will be operating from 10 to 1, and then we take a 2-hour break, and then we go from 3 to 5 p.m. Our PMG partner sites, they continue to have the field house hours. They have expanded now, so they're available on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And at the Elks Lodge on Fridays from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then, as I mentioned, they just started at the Coconino Community College this past Saturday on Saturday mornings from 7 a.m. to noon in room 606. And all of this information is on our county website, going out on social media, and all of our usual locations, including each of you sending this out to your constituents over your social media platforms and electronic communication, and it's greatly appreciated. I do want to make a note that the PMG partner sites will also be providing child vaccines. I believe they also intend to start on Friday. We'll have them available, and they will be providing booster doses and all of the other COVID vaccines as well. They have a plan in place to have separate lines and areas where those who are 5 to 11 will be serviced versus those who are adults, and with separate staff to be able to manage and keep all of those different kinds of doses separated. Next slide, please. So in advance of not knowing when we may be doing another formal update to the board regarding COVID over the next few weeks, at least before the Thanksgiving holiday, we just wanted to provide some update about holiday hours and some things that will change on HHS side with respect to the holidays. So the partner vaccine sites will be closed on Thursday, Thanksgiving, November 25th, and the Friday after. They will also be closed at their locations on Friday, December 24th, Saturday, December 25th, and Sunday, December 26th. And then, of course, on Friday, December 31st, and Saturday, January 1st. So just we wanted to put that out there. And then for everyone's awareness as well, the COVID weekly report, because of the timing for when Thanksgiving falls and when the investigations surveillance teams are able to put together the report, we were not going to be publishing a report on Friday, November 26th. And in fact, what we will do is include 2 weeks of data the following, when we publish the report on the following Friday, which will be December 3rd. So just wanted to give everyone's a heads up about that we will be going 2 weeks without a report. And next slide, please. Just a couple things. I've already mentioned a lot about the schools, but I did want to just make a couple of comments regarding the efforts of surrounding keeping schools safely open. I would be remiss again if I did not say how appreciative we are of the schools in Coconino County and all of the work that the different school boards and all of their faculty and staff are doing to keep the kids safe, to put proper mitigation measures in place, and work with the families and kids as there are exposures and outbreaks that occur. And I just want to say thank you to not only our school partners, but also our school investigations team here at HHS. We have a phenomenal team of folks on our investigations and monitoring teams that are working directly with the schools, who have daily conversations and talk them through outbreak situations, help give guidance and recommendations, and provide information to them. And a lot has been going on. We continue to do all this behind the scenes. There have definitely been outbreaks. There have been many schools throughout Coconino County that at different times have had outbreaks in different classrooms or with athletics and other things, but there's really been a good concerted effort in how we mitigate that and contain those outbreaks. So I just want to say thank you to everyone participating in that and that ongoing work. And then lastly, just with the schools vaccination clinics, as I'd mentioned, PMG is going to be working with FUSD, and then HHS is going to be putting together all of our plans for and working with getting the charter schools and all of the outlying schools set up with what's going to work best for them to make sure that we have vaccines out to our schools around the county. Next slide, please. So my last slide is that reminder that flu season is still here. If you haven't gotten your flu shot, please get your flu shot. As I said before, county employees are invited to come to our HHS drive-through clinic tomorrow. One last opportunity, as well as the public. The public is also absolutely welcome to get their flu shot at our drive-through operations. After that, they will be available at our clinic by appointment. You can call 679-7222 to schedule your appointment. And of course, remember that our pharmacies, our Vera Clinic, our doctor's offices throughout Coconino County have the flu shot readily available, and you can get that in any of those locations. Our pharmacies will also have the COVID, they already have the COVID booster vaccines for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, and of course for Pfizer. And I don't know how many of our pharmacies yet are going to be administering the child vaccines yet. We're waiting to hear some other information, as well as other entities who are going to be able to administer those vaccines. But right now, I can say for certain that we will have them, obviously, with that HHS will be administering, and then PMG, our partner contractor, will be administering as well. And we're working with all the opportunities to get that childhood vaccine out throughout the county, and including continuing to work with our partners around the county to help them be ready to administer childhood vaccines as well as the booster doses. So with that, I think I am at the end of my presentation. And if Lindsay, you want to take down the slides, I can stop and answer any questions.
Geez, I thought I pushed the button. Now I'm unmuted. All right. So we'll go to questions or comments. Let's just walk through it. Patrice?
Yes. As always, Kim, so appreciate you and your team. This is quite an update. I was taking pictures because I want to make sure to get this on my social media, and there's a lot of stuff to get out there. So really appreciate the update, and very exciting that some of our young residents are going to be able to get vaccinated, and that's very exciting news. And I'm assuming that when you put the numbers in there, Coconino 68.5% have been vaccinated. Is that for the population that is eligible for vaccinations?
Yes.
So that'll probably change again here pretty soon when we get the younger kids available for vaccinations. So, and then just I know the answer to this, but I just want to hear it from you so that I can put it on my Facebook site. I had some individuals that were complaining on Facebook indicating that the county on the Moderna was not giving the half-dose booster. And I'm assuming that is totally incorrect, and that in fact, the Moderna is in fact the half-dose booster. So I will make sure to clarify that when I see that misstatement on there. And I appreciate the holiday hours. I think it's important, and I think many of us probably know anecdotally know people that have gotten that breakthrough COVID infection. So I think it's so important for us to continue to preach, wear your mask, wash your hands. We are still in the midst of a COVID epidemic, and it is really important we all do our part. Get vaccinated, get the shot, make sure your children have been fully vaccinated, get the booster when you're eligible, and when you're in public, maintain that 6 feet social distancing, as well as wear your mask. So again, thank you. Very proud of how Coconino County has stepped up and addressed the needs of our community. So thanks again.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And just so you know, you have a copy of this presentation in your email so that you can grab those slides if you need. And thank you for that. We absolutely are. The Moderna booster is a half dose. And we ask everyone when you're coming for your boosters, please bring your vaccine card. We need you to bring that so that then we can stamp it with and that you can show that you also have received your booster dose. So we ask you to please bring your vaccine cards when you're coming, no matter where you're going to get your booster doses, please bring your vaccine cards. And I would also say, just before Supervisor Horstman, just to say that, you know, one of the things that I'm super excited about with respect to the childhood vaccines being authorized, and we're going to be doing a lot of messaging over the next few weeks, obviously out of HHS about this, but that this is really a great opportunity for families to get their young children vaccinated and make for safer holidays for those as they go to visit family and those who are most vulnerable, and, you know, really create that opportunity to prevent, you know, continued loss of family and loved ones. So we're hopeful that people will take advantage of that. There will be, you know, plenty of opportunities. We ask for people's patience because depending on how we are storing the Pfizer vaccine, we do have ultra cold storage here at HHS now, and we've told our other providers and other medical providers that we're happy to transfer them smaller doses of vaccine so that they can manage it. We're still waiting for our partners to be in a place where they plan to start administering that childhood vaccine. So we will continue to be pushing that to the best of our ability. So I just wanted to add a couple of those things that you sparked as you brought up your comments. So thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, good. I have my mute up. Hieronymus.
Hey, thank you. Well, first off, thank you for the presentation and for all your hard work for you and your department, leading the way as always. And we really appreciate all the hard work. And I'm really excited to hear that the vaccine is going to be available for younger people. That's going to be really important. And just want to keep stressing, you know, as been said before, we're still in the pandemic. And so that means that we can't let our guard down and be sloppy, especially right now during the times of the holidays when we're visiting our loved ones. So please keep taking those precautions. And I'm also really excited to see the pop-up clinics having a space out at the mall. That's going to be very helpful. That's exciting. And so again, I just appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. My understanding is Judy's battery died on her phone. So we lost her. Vice Chair Fowler.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you to you and your team for working so hard. We thought that we'd be beyond this, but we're still here. And, you know, do you recommend flu shots? And if you do, when are we providing flu shots so that we can, you know, with the winter coming in, and what age groups are you recommending flu shots for?
So thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we have been administering the flu vaccine for the past, well, since early September at HHS, so as well as many of our other providers across the county, pharmacies, doctors' offices. Our Vera Clinic has been providing the flu vaccine as well as pediatric offices. And really the flu vaccine is recommended for anyone 6 months of age and older. And if you haven't already gotten it, get it quick, get it now. We want to make sure that folks are being protected from the flu. We don't need additional people being hospitalized and having other medical complications from the flu, in addition to other upper respiratory illnesses that are going on. So yes, absolutely. And you can get your flu vaccine. There's no, you know, you can get it at the same time, the same day you get your COVID vaccine. You can get it, you know, the next day, separately, whatever makes sense for you personally. But yes, we absolutely are providing it, and we want to make sure, certainly after tomorrow, we won't be doing the drive-up flu clinic portion, as I mentioned earlier, but we will be still continuing to administer flu vaccine here at the county through our clinic by calling our clinic line 6797-222 to schedule an appointment.
Or people can go to our website and be able to obtain the information. So yes. I think the setting up at the mall is very good move. You know, and then the convenience though of driving through was always good. I got my shot, third shot, and that was just I went to your office, in front of your office, the building anyway, in the parking lot, and it didn't take any time at all, and everybody was just so nice, and it was very easy to do. And so I just want to thank you for that. And that's what people need to understand, that it doesn't take very long. And you're not required for a lot of, you know, information, just letting them know that and bring your card, because your card is also updated. So anyway, I just wanted to just add to what you already said, because I went through it just recently as well. So thank you so much.
Great, and thank you for coming through our location. And yeah, it's kind of bittersweet that we're gonna. I know the drive up is very convenient, but it's also getting very cold, and we want to have, you know, it's different than in the, you know, early days of. Things have evolved over time, obviously, as we're doing. Vaccines have been around for quite some time now. Now we're doing boosters. And we really, quite frankly, don't want to be giving child vaccines in vehicles. They're too small. We can't get to them. There's a lot of other reasons why we need folks to be coming inside and sitting on a chair. And now out at the mall, I understand, although I have not seen it yet, there's a kids' play area like right outside the door where you can get your vaccine. So, you know, it's a good tool for parents to say, let's go to the mall, you get a shot, you get to play, maybe you get a treat, I don't know, but we're hoping that will help entice some folks to use that location.
Yes, thank you.
Go Christmas shopping while you get your vaccines, right?
Exactly, yep.
Yeah, actually, you're hitting on it. People like drive up because they can get work done, they can talk to everybody in line. And so now it's shopping. That's the new thing there. Are you done, Lena? Yeah, okay. So they've handled most of my questions, but it is that, so just, can you reinforce seniors' opportunity, unique circumstances, that kind of thing, how you're approaching it? And then the other piece I think is reinforcing there are other providers out there too that can help seniors. But could you talk about that a little, Kim?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. We have continued to, we had senior hours for the last several weeks here at HHS, and for both COVID vaccines as well as flu vaccine. And I will report that it has significantly slowed down. In fact, on our senior hours on Friday, it was very, very few folks that had shown up. So we have hopefully made a good dent in that. But what I will say is we continue to have folks can call our call center line to be able to request any assistance, especially if they are seniors and they need help getting, knowing where they need to be, if we need to assist them in arranging transportation or otherwise. We continue to be at the ready to do that and are happy to be working with our senior population throughout the county. And again, as to Vice Chair Fowler's point as well, all of our information is available on our website, and folks can certainly call our office as well to get connected with someone. And we have folks on our team who call back seniors and assist them individually as needed.
Okay, that's helpful. And
I had one more question.
Yeah, go ahead, Miranda.
I was just thinking about the child vaccination clinic, and I did, the one that stood out to me was the Friday during from 11 to 1 or whatnot. Is that are there any child vaccination clinics that are after school hours?
So thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Yes, so the 11 to 1 hours at the mall are for adults only, 18 and older. And then the child vaccines are starting at 2 to 5.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for that clarification.
And then the locations but also let me add the PMG locations at the field house, at the Coconino Community College, those are the community college hours are, now I'm going to mess it up, 10 to 1, I believe, because I don't have it back in front of me, on the Saturday mornings, but then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the field house, it's from 1 to 6 p.m. So there will also be after school and weekend hours for availability for everyone, and certainly for child vaccines as well.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. And then you've got a lot of the answer on the kit piece, but any estimates on the, usually it's about a month later on Moderna and Johnson & Johnson on that, maybe a little bit longer, or what's going on there?
So thanks for that question, Chair Ryan. Actually, it appears right now that the only childhood vaccine for the foreseeable future right now is going to be the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna has been doing clinical trials. They continue to, although there is not an indication yet of when they plan to submit and actually go for emergency use authorization. So I anticipate at this point, it's likely going to be well after the first of the year for Moderna. So right now, that Pfizer vaccine at that smaller dose, they have done trials, and and it was fascinating for any of you who are interested. I actually listened to a portion of the ASA presentation and then the discussion by all the amazing doctors that sit on that panel, and many of whom are parents and grandparents. And as I said, it was a unanimous vote among that panel, and many of them took the time to make comments about, that they've either had their children participate in the trials, or that their children were going to be vaccinated as quickly as possible. Their older children had been vaccinated, and just the support of that in order to prevent any child death from COVID going forward, and certainly increased loss and, other physical diseases or physical ailments that come from having COVID. So I just wanted to state that. But yeah, thank you for that question. Right now, it's looking like Pfizer is going to be it for at least the foreseeable future. I do expect Moderna to come out with, once they get done with their trials. But right now, that Pfizer vaccine will be what is the childhood vaccine that's available for at least the next couple months.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing trials are looking good, but when is the question more than anything on that. All right. Okay. Anybody else? You've been here twice, Kim. You're going to come back at the tail end of the meeting too and give a presentation there. Thank you. We really appreciate you being here, and then for all the work that your staff's putting in on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Trey and I are going to provide an update. I'm going to let Trey kick it off with some of the legislative stuff that's happening. He's going to touch on local redistricting, and then I'm going to speak on state redistricting for a moment. So, Trey.
Okay, then that's item 16.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair, supervisors. Good afternoon, everyone. Just quickly want to give you a federal update and a state update, and then an update on our redistricting process. So to start, I'll first start with a federal update. Late last week, the House, Senate, and White House agreed to a $1.75 trillion framework for budget reconciliation, which President Biden called the Build Back Better framework. So as a reminder, this is that initial $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill that had been floated by congressional Democrats. Although they had agreed upon a framework prior to President Biden leaving for Europe, no draft language was finalized, and it was still being negotiated over the weekend. In terms of what that $1.75 trillion framework includes, it's got numerous provisions. It's a very big bill, especially when you compare it to what is often called the bipartisan infrastructure framework, which is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So the budget reconciliation bill has provisions that have been negotiated over the weekend to support working families, Medicare and Medicaid coverage amendments, issues on taxation like tax credits and tax increases for high-income individuals, prescription drug costs, controls, job training, immigration reform, Obamacare tax credits, as I mentioned, housing assistance, in-home care, tuition aid, and then climate incentives as well. So late last week, President Biden actually stopped on Capitol Hill before he left for the UN's Conference of Parties 21 and made the pitch to, number one, pass the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Framework, and then to also pass the budget reconciliation bill once that text had been finalized. However, progressives immediately pushed back on this by stating that those two bills, as I mentioned to you last week, have to be tied together in order to garner their support, and they are not necessarily thrilled about the Build Back Better framework. They think it undersells and underperforms from what they have requested in regards to that bill. Speaker Pelosi did mention she might try to put it on the floor of the House, and the bipartisan infrastructure framework that the president requested passed, but that ultimately did not happen because the votes aren't there. There are still a lot of details, as I mentioned, to work out on the Build Back Better framework, and many of the House Progressive Caucus members want the Senate to pass the framework first before they commit to supporting the bill, so they can see what's in that bill. And then once that passes the Senate, and you have final language there, then they would put their support behind the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Obviously, that hasn't happened because there's been even more developments. Yesterday, Senator Joe Manchin announced that he was not necessarily in support of parts of the Build Back Better framework, and he expressed frustration over the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act not coming up for a vote in the House. He said, and I quote, "Holding this infrastructure bill hostage is not going to work in getting my support for the reconciliation bill." So this was after days of uncertainty of how exactly where he was at on his support for that Build Back Better framework. He then called on the House to pass the BIF. The Progressive Caucus Chair, Pramila Jayapal, indicated they still plan for the House to pass both the BIF and the Build Back Better framework this week. And the president also indicated via his spokesperson that they believe Manchin will support the Build Back Better framework in the end. Our consultant team is fairly confident that Congress will pass the $1.2 trillion BIF and the $1.7 trillion Build Back Better framework, but it's probably going to take additional work through the holidays. One of the other things to mention on this is, as I mentioned last week, the BIF does include the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act, as well as the FAST Act law, which is related to transportation funding, and that was set to expire on Sunday. Thankfully, Congress passed an extension last week until December 3rd. If that December 3rd date is familiar to you, it should be, because that's when the continuing resolution for the fiscal year 22 appropriations bill expires, which also includes the debt ceiling compromise. So December 3rd will be a big deadline for Congress. So as you can see, the next month is going to be very busy there. The other thing to keep in mind in terms of a congressional update is Senator Schumer, who is the Senate Majority Leader, indicated today that he will put up the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act for a vote tomorrow, with Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Alaska, announcing that she will support the bill and that she would support a vote to end a filibuster of that bill. So that's something to also keep watch on in regards to Congress. And then one last federal update in regard to the National Defense Reauthorization Act. Last month, you all approved joining a letter from the Grand Canyon Trust along with partners to encourage the Senate Armed Services Committee to keep the Grand Canyon Protection Act within the National Defense Reauthorization Act, which was passed by the House. That Grand Canyon Protection Act was actually contained within the NDAA. And as they're marking up that bill, this letter did go to the Senate Armed Services Committee members to request that that particular provision stay in the National Defense Authorization Act. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain any comments before I move on to our state update.
Questions or comments from board members? Not seeing any.
Okay.
Just real quick, the Grand Canyon Protection Act, I'm just so pleased as that's moving forward. It needs to get done this year. So thank you. And thank you, fellow board members, for signing on to that letter. It's really important to be part of the process. Proud of us.
And just a note, yeah, a lot of work's been done on these over the years, but now moving forward with it. Just a note, the letters, we're trying to get them circulated, or if we've had the acknowledgement that we want to move with them, we are passing them on to signature. What we need to do is make sure that we get copies out to the board members after we do send them off on that. Lena, it looks like you were going to comment. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to just say the same thing on the Grand Canyon protection. We've been working on that for all the years that I've been on the board. And it's been a champion. The county's been a champion of that. And it's really good to, it's still moving forward, and all the partners were able to sign a letter this time. Also, the Build Back Better and what's happening in Congress. It is just so, it's so heavy. It just is, it just is so, I wish they would, I guess we're all in that boat, we're all, that's the news. It's tying us down. So I wish they would just move forward with everything. And I just wonder too, if we, as a board, want to write a letter asking Congress to, to pass the bill and be able to move forward, and how much we need assistance in our county for our residents here. So that would be just something I would add. Thank you. Thank you, Trey.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at it, instead of Trey saying Build Back America Better and trying to keep going, just make that acronym BAB, so we have BAB and BIF right there. So that could work really well, but they haven't gotten to that point yet on it. Let's see. Go ahead, Trey.
Sure, Mr. Chair. And Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair Fowler, I hear you on that, and we can discuss ways in which we can let our congressional delegation know of our support. I would just encourage us to wait until we see final language, so we know exactly what's in it before we draft anything or send anything. So that way we can really speak to some of those provisions that will really help us, which will give it more of a sense of urgency for our congressional delegation, who, as you all know, are phenomenal to us and represent us well.
Patrice?
But I agree with everything that Supervisor Fowler just indicated. When it's appropriate, I think we should be heard on this.
It looks like Hieronymo. Go ahead, Hieronymo.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say thank you, Trey, for the presentation and the legislative update. I was looking through the news earlier during the lunch break, and it said something about the Arizona Supreme Court striking down some legislation from last year. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, Supervisor and Mr. Chair, I do. So that is actually related to the lawsuit against the budget reconciliation bills that were passed, and sort of the log rollings, if you will, that occurred at the legislature. So this includes the election-related provisions, the provisions that prohibit schools from enacting mask mandates. And the Arizona Supreme Court did affirm the unconstitutionality of the legislature's actions, and affirmed, I believe it was the trial court's ruling on that particular item, in which they found that they unconstitutionally included provisions in budget reconciliation bills which were outside of the scope of the budget, and therefore a violation of the Arizona Constitution.
And how does this impact the way things are going to happen? Bills are going to be put on moving forward, because I don't know if everybody understands the impact of that.
Sure. So as part of that, and that's something that I can get you more information on if you'd like about the impacts. We can talk about it more with our attorneys and share that information with you. In terms of the impact to those budget bills, what it means is that those provisions are unconstitutional and therefore illegal. Again, I would defer to our attorneys kind of on the implementation of that, but it means that the provision, so within the budget, with every year as part of the budget, there is a General Appropriations Act, and then there are corresponding what they call budget reconciliation bills that are meant to carry out the provisions of that. The Constitution requires that they be related to the budget. And what happened was that a lot of the provisions this year within those budget reconciliation bills, it was provisions from bills that had either been previously passed or that had failed, and they included them in all of the different budget reconciliation bills. So for instance, there's a K through 12 budget reconciliation bill. There is a revenue government or a revenue budget reconciliation bill. And within that, the legislature can put provisions in there to carry out the budget, and they do that every year. But what they did this year is they put in irrelevant provisions that don't apply necessarily to the budget and weren't necessary to carry out the budget for the General Appropriations Act. And that is what the court found to be unconstitutional, is that those provisions did not, and I've been actually watching the board meeting and haven't had a chance to comb through the ruling, but essentially what it means is that when the legislature is enacting the budget, that they have to be more circumspect about the types of items that they put in these budget reconciliation bills so that they meet constitutional muster and they are related to carrying out the budget.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Well done on the spot. A tough question there. All right. Okay, go ahead, Trey.
Sure. So, and that's actually a great segue into the state update. So, in regard to the state update, we're still seeing the composition of the legislature change pretty, not necessarily dramatically, but it's changing. I think we've seen up to 6 seats resigned or changed. So on Wednesday, your colleagues in Pinal County filled a vacant legislative seat that was left by Representative Brett Roberts and Representative Frank Pratt. So Neil Carter will represent District 8, replacing the late Frank Pratt, who passed away last month. And then Teresa Martinez will replace Representative Brett Roberts in Legislative District 11. And the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors also filled the seat that was left vacant that I mentioned last week in the House by now Senator Raquel Tehran. Christian Solario was appointed to fill that seat in Representative District 30. And then also just a reminder that we're still waiting to see Stephanie Stahl Hamilton's House seat be filled, but she was actually sworn in as a senator last week. And then lastly, I guess there's actually 2 more, Representative Nutt, Becky Nutt, who represents Cochise, Greenlee, and Graham counties, notified President Bowers of her resignation on last week, effective Monday, November 1st, yesterday. So she has resigned. Cochise County supervisors will appoint her replacement. This is kind of a big departure because she was actually the chair of the House Rules Committee and the Ethics Committee. So that will leave a big gap in their leadership. She was also previously the House Majority Whip. And then lastly, in terms of resignations and composition of the legislature, Senate President Karen Fann announced that the 2022 legislative session would be her last and that she will retire at the start of the 2023 legislative session. And she's currently the president of the Senate, as you know, and has served Yavapai County and has served in local government for a long time. So she's basically ending her 30-year legislative career. If there's no questions on that, Mr. Chair, or comments, I'll just briefly move into just an update on the Finance Advisory Committee, just to let you know that they met last week. They do the outlook for the state's budget and the revenues, and it's made up of members from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee and economists from around the state, and they provide a forecast on the state's major revenues over the budget window, which is basically 4 years, which in this case is fiscal year 22 to 25. And then the panelists also have a roundtable discussion talking about the state's economic outlook. Their revised forecast for the state budget, so right now, in terms of the fiscal year 23 budget, they forecast that an additional $700 million in ongoing revenue and $1.7 billion in one-time spending or revenue reductions. They project that for the fiscal year 23 budget. Part of that is because the the projected ending balance is going to be much higher than the enacted budget and what they projected. So that ending balance is going to be 2.62 billion. And part of that is being driven by a revenue forecast gain in fiscal year 21, and then a strong growth of revenue in the first quarter of fiscal year 22. So that's what's driving that. But there's also some uncertainty driving the budget right now due to another lawsuit related to Proposition 108. As a reminder, Proposition 108 was the voter-approved initiative that enacted a 3.5% surcharge on incomes above $250,000 for individuals and $500,000 for those jointly filing. And so there's the Supreme Court upheld the act, but they also remanded it back to the trial court to basically determine whether or not the surcharge violated some state rules. So essentially, JLBC recommended that they might want to put $918 million aside for either potential refunds or to transfer that into the Proposition 208 fund, because some of that is being included in the projected surplus that JLBC and the FAC is projecting. And then they also provided an update on the state's economy and kind of an outlook. One of the basic themes was uncertainty related to the ongoing pandemic. There are still a lot of uncertainties there over how that will affect the economy. Federal stimulus and the introduction of federal stimulus into the economy, there are uncertainties over how that will impact things. And then the recently enacted budget changes and tax changes at the state level, and then the uncertainty around there. One thing that they did note was that employment has arrived back at its pre-pandemic levels, but the travel and tourism section, which we all depend on here in Coconino County, they're still recovering from the pandemic, and those sectors are not quite at the pre-pandemic levels. And then additionally, they noted that while we did have population growth over the last 10 years, if you look at the rate of that growth, it's not as strong as it has been when we've had periods of population growth in the past. So when you couple that with the dramatic increase of housing costs and how that's impacting housing affordability, the basic message was that the economy is recovering slowly, but there is still a lot of uncertainty related to the pandemic and some federal and state fiscal policy changes. Happy to answer any questions or comments on that, Mr. Chair, or take comments on that.
Question or comments for Trey? Not seeing any.
And then just a few housekeeping items on state stuff. The ACO, the Association of Counties Annual Conference, will hold its annual conference next week, November 9th through the 12th. And then as part of the annual conference, the ACO Board of Directors will meet on November 9th to adopt the 2022 County Government Platform. We do have some of our county elected officers who will be going, and the conference will occur at the Phoenix Sheraton Crescent.
All right. Yeah.
And just one more thing, Mr. Chairman, sorry, there's just a lot that happens in a week in legislative affairs. Senate President Fan also announced her intention to appoint Senator Kelly Townsend, who represents parts of Maricopa and Pinal counties, to the chair of the Senate Government Committee. So she is a vocal proponent of election integrity and was a supporter of the forensic audit that the Senate engaged in over the course of this year. And then Senator Fan, or President Fan, also announced Senator Sonny Borelli, who represents Mojave County, will serve as the vice chair of the Government Committee. So last week I let you know that the previous chair, Michelle Ugenti-Rita, had resigned that position, and Senate President Fan has appointed her replacement. And that concludes my state update. And I can move into redistricting unless there are questions or comments.
Any questions or comments? On that last one. That's my comment. All right. So go ahead with redistricting. I'm not seeing questions.
Sure, and I will provide just a quick update on county redistricting before I move up, turn it over to Steve to give an update on the Independent Redistricting Commission's draft legislative and congressional maps. We are continuing work per our discussion last week. Staff is continuing work on draft scenario maps that staff plans to present to the board on November 23rd. We will also at that time share a draft public outreach plan to you that we mentioned last week to be able to conduct some virtual as well as in-person outreach meetings in which we share any proposed maps with the public and allow them to provide a comment. And then once we have those details finalized on the public outreach plan, we will share those with you and proceed to your approval of any draft scenario maps and the public outreach plan on November 23rd. If there are no questions or comments for the county redistricting update, I will turn it over to Steve for an IRC update.
Any questions on the schedule there? No, not seeing any. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Very quickly, I'm going to share my screen. So earlier today, I sent out this press release from IRC announcing a virtual town hall that's taking place this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. This is the first of the town halls that have been put out from the time that the IRC did adopt the draft maps. And so I did talk to our consulting team, and they are preparing remarks that can be considered to be delivered by the chair or a member of the board on Saturday. In addition to that, it was pointed out to us, and we do appreciate the constituent letting one of our board members know that our IRC maps that were adopted by the board last week have not been published yet on the IRC website. And of course, this prevents the public from commenting on the maps. Let me go back to full Zoom. And so we have been connecting with IRC staff today. Jose Rivera has been discussing this with the mapping consultant at IRC, and our goal is to get our maps published on the IRC website as soon as possible so that the public can comment on the maps in addition to letting their sentiments be known on the draft maps. And so that is taking place as soon as possible, and do want to appreciate our constituent for letting us know about that oversight. So the letter and the map that was submitted last week was approved by the board last week, was received by RC staff, and we did receive confirmation that that information had been transmitted to the commissioners. But again, going back to getting those maps published for all the reasons I just stated is in process right now.
And then for our site, Steve?
And in addition to that, I've asked Trey to put a statement on our county website notifying the public of the mapping scenario that we submitted, as well as our map to show the public, and then also where to send public comments to IRC after having seen the information on our site as well. So covering all of our bases as much as we can, sir. Okay.
All right. And then, yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Steve, we're trying to share our maps. Would it be possible to send it to us and we can also share?
Yeah, we can. We'll push it out to you.
Okay.
I'll ask Trey to do that to all of you.
Yeah, I think we had them sent out last week, but if you didn't, that'd be good. Just to make sure.
Okay.
And if I can, just thank you for getting right on that, Steve. It's so important that we have that for public view, since I know many of us are doing what we can to get the word out and get to our constituents and our residents here to make sure they know what's happening. I thought that the article in the Arizona Daily Sun was excellent and did an excellent job of setting forth the county's map and what the county's map presents to Arizona and certainly to northern Arizona. It's a great breakdown, and I was very pleased to see the reporting that was done. And obviously, we want to make sure that the IRC has full use of our analytics, and also our community and residents have full access to see our maps, our analytics, and be able to make comments. So thank you for getting right on that. Really appreciate that.
Okay, and then along that line, Steve, I'm prepared to go and comment on behalf of the board. I think it would be good to hear from our consultants. I mean, we've used a dual strategy of, Lena has tag team with me. If that's the recommended strategy, just check in with the board. Are you okay with us continuing there in that direction? Okay. I'm seeing Patrice nod her head. You good, Geronimo? I see you have your hand up too, Geronimo. So if I missed you, sorry.
So
you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it. The hand was from earlier. I forgot to take it down. Sorry.
That's a quarter. Sorry.
Very good.
It's a new rule here. If we have to say you're muted, or if your hand was not taken down, that's a quarter. Staff is included in that too, so don't keep smiling, Trey. You're part of that too.
And if you're in the chair's position,
it's actually double.
No, you're removed from that.
So, Mr. Chair,
wait.
New rules.
Chair's prerogative, huh?
New rules. So,
I don't have money. I'll have to beg for my children.
So, Mr. Chair, so the virtual town hall is on Saturday. We need to have the speaker register to speak by 9 a.m. It goes on at 10 o'clock, and the site does indicate that the town hall will proceed for as long as there are individuals that want to comment or provide testimony. But individuals do need to register to speak by 9 a.m. on Saturday.
So that'll be you, Chair, and Vice Chair will register then to speak on Saturday. Is that correct?
If that's yeah. I think that would probably be what we would do. We'll check in with our consultant on that.
And as long as that will work with Vice Chair Fowler, I think that's excellent.
Yep.
You good, Lena? Now that I volunteered you to use your Saturday for that.
I have noticed that you have volunteered me.
You've done a great job, so really appreciate it. The tag team works really well.
It does. So yes, I'll be there. Thank you.
So
thank you for doing that and for giving up your Saturdays, both of you. And if there's anything we can do, like wave flags behind you, just let us know. We'll be there.
And Steve, I'll count on you guys getting us, getting Lena and I signed up for that. But to follow up, so encouraging all board members, community members, this is the time to speak up. We need people submitting letters. This doesn't prohibit other board members from submitting individual comments associated with it. Lena and I will carry our direct piece that we've aligned with the board on the comments, and our consultants have helped us with. But if you have additional comments you want to submit and or get other community members out there, we need to show the legislature that we are aligned on. We've looked at the rights requirements associated with the IRC and what they're supposed to be tending to: competitive districts, majority minority districts. We validated that. We come up with data to support that. We need people to help us bring that message to the IRC.
And Mr. Chair, what we'll do is the statement that Trey puts together, we'll go ahead and distribute that broadly also. Just to announce the statement, the opportunity for the public to weigh in on Saturday. And so we'll do a broad distribution of that, including social media.
Okay. That's over at NAU, right?
No, this is virtual, so that's not in person.
Okay. Well, can you would you mind sending out the link just so that the board members all have that? So if we wanted, even if we aren't speaking, we can at least take part in it.
Yeah, we'll send out again. That went out earlier, but we'll send it out again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Steve, and everybody, and we'll get right on it. That's yeah. Unfortunate for the first map, but here's an opportunity to see if we can affect that. So 30 days. Okay, where are we, Steve?
We're on to the next item, which is county manager update on regional and administrative matters. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to share the planning calendar real quick if Lindsay can pull that up. We just want to walk through a couple of the next meetings. So of course, on the 9th, we've made changes to the 9th, and I'm gonna after this portion or this topic, I'm going to switch over to have Lucinda update on a federal official visit that's happening on that day. So with that happening during the day on the 9th, the agenda has been shifted. So we're going to begin at 4 o'clock. And you'll see we have Justina coming over from the City of Flag to present the city housing plan. And this is part of their public outreach effort to provide opportunities for the general public as well as other jurisdictions to be aware of the Flagstaff housing plan. From there, we'll go right into roundtable consent items if we do have any. And then at 6:15 that evening, we do have a P&Z hearing for Flag Ranch. And so it's a shorter day than we're used to on board meeting days. But again, Lucinda will go over some federal visits that are happening that morning that we need to schedule around. From there, quickly on the 10th, we have the special session to follow up on the ARP recommendations. We are going to, Mr. Chair, send out an email to you that you can provide to board members, asking board members to provide input via email to you, and then you'll provide it to us on what board members are seeking in terms of additional information or any information that they need in preparation for the ARP discussion on the 10th. So we've scheduled that from 8:30 to 3:30. It's a full day, but the goal was to provide uninterrupted time for the board to go through the recommendations thoroughly and to ask questions that they may have. I want to point out, though, that the 10th does conflict with the Arizona Association of Counties meeting. And so what we're doing is scheduling and toggling a lot of the agenda items so that we're taking care of as many of the internal items in the morning and then shifting gears to external partnership funding for the afternoon. And this is because during the ACO conference, many of our elected officials have affiliate meetings mostly in the afternoon, but I think we may have one affiliate meeting in the morning. So again, we're trying to schedule around the scheduling conflict with the ACO conference taking place. On the 13th of November, the annual, go ahead.
Hang on, let me follow that real quick, Steve. For the sake of our other electeds, our apologies, but we've really tried to work this schedule out. And so it's a chance for us as the board to see a lot of the details. You have staff that's already presented quite a bit associated with it. It's a chance for us to just work further through it. For the sake of the board, the idea of the email going out, the gist of it is we're getting to a point where there are some pieces that we need to move on. But in order to do, and we're not going to do it all. There are some pieces that'll unfold later on, but we need a better understanding of what board members want for this session so that staff can provide more rounded information for the board members for what is desired from each board member on that. I think that's it. Go ahead, Steve.
On the 13th is the annual Stuff the Bus event, and we hold that in coordination with the Mountain Line Transit and also Flagstaff Family Food Center. For those board members and staff that have participated in the past, it's a fun event, provides the opportunity to see a lot of the public and to do good things for a good cause. And so that's taking place the morning of November 13th. And then on the 16th, you can see right there in front of you, we have consent items, BOE decisions on appeals. We will have the Auditor General that will be making the report to the Board of Supervisors on the 2020 audit. We have a couple of items there. We have discussion REIT, but we don't know what that topic is, so we may have to plug that topic in. And then the legislative updates. Again, the 16th, we are going to try to keep that as light as possible because I know the chair is traveling that week. And so we want to accommodate your absence, Mr. Chairman. And then on the, well, actually, we are going to have a meet and we will have a special meeting on the 23rd of November. And as Trey indicated, this is going to be scheduled in order for the board to receive redistricting scenarios that the staff has been preparing. And that's on the 23rd of November. We already have public input that's been opened up several weeks ago, but now the public input can now shift to scenarios that you would all be approving. Those mapping scenarios would then be the topic of public engagement, which would proceed through November, December, and actually into the first part of January. And that is a change. And that is a change because that extends the time. We originally were targeting December 1st as a deadline by which to adopt districts. But we were made aware that at the tail end of last legislative session, the legislature did extend the time for county boards to redistrict. That's actually been extended into July of 22, but we are not going to wait to go that long. That's a no later than date. For Coconino County, we feel that it is intentional or purposeful to have redistricting done at the county level by mid-January. That provides the opportunity for the Independent Redistricting Commission to complete their work on legislative and congressional lines, because when they lay those lines on top of our maps, that automatically splits precincts. And so elections and the county recorder will have to be doing some adjustments based on these new lines. And so again, it's a little bit of a series of dominoes, if you will. But again, we'll be looking at mid-January to bring redistricting proposals for consideration. But even that may slide again depending on IRC's work. So that's what's happening there. So that long answer to a short question, but we are going to be having a special meeting on November 23rd for the board to receive and adopt mapping scenarios for the public to comment on. And then I think I'm going to just stop from there. We're into December. But I will pause to answer any questions on the planning calendar as I've gone through that.
Okay, questions or comments on planning calendar? Okay, I'm not seeing any. All right.
Okay, well, speaking of holiday, so every year the Board of Supervisors has graciously provided an additional day of holiday leave for county employees. And we are drafting that letter from the chairman to county employees, extending the board's best wishes on the holiday season and also granting the extra day of leave. That's to be used by employees mid-November through mid-January, I believe. So, Mr. Chair, I know that we're working on drafts with you.
Okay, and just to note, usually we have the full board sign on to that letter, not just the chairman associated with it. Along with the county manager. And so just for the sake of the board, those that may not have known this, we've coordinated with staff in trying to have attendance during holidays. We are required to be open, say the day after Thanksgiving as an example, similar as you get closer to the winter holiday. It's a provision for staff to coordinate with their supervisor and choose one day either way. And that helps assure that there's coverage, and yet it allows families to be able to go off and plan their celebration of holidays, however they celebrate their holidays as well. On that.
The county is closed the day after Thanksgiving. That is a holiday switch, but this is in addition to. So employees can take that extra day off anytime between mid-November and mid-January to spread that out so it doesn't all stack up in one area. So that will be signed by both by the entire board once we get that letter drafted. So we'll need your signature on that. A couple of other things. I'm going to ask Lucinda to come live and provide a quick update on a federal official visit that's taking place on November 9th. Lucinda?
All right, thank you, Steve, Chair and board members. There's still a lot of information coming in, and we've been asked to keep information confidential as well, but it appears that we'll have some high-ranking officials here from U.S. Department of Agriculture next week. And so we are preparing for that. The focus of that, it's really a singular focus, which is related specifically to museum and the use of emergency watershed protection program funding on Forest Service lands. So we've been working with Bob and Anna to schedule a meeting with high-level officials at USDA to have this discussion. And they've chosen to come do a visit and are going to do a tour, which is fantastic. This is great. We'll have an opportunity to share with them why this is extremely important work and what we need, why we need the funds and what we need to be able to accomplish. And as most of you know, this is very much what we did for Schultz. It's very similar projects, pretty much identical types of projects that we did on forest at Schultz that were extremely successful in restoring the watershed as well as reducing flooding and sediment. So really pleased that that's moving forward. And as we get closer and can share information, we will. But again, it's really a very focused effort. We're going to have a very limited amount of time with them, and it'll be entirely focused on this topic solely. So thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. I think you, Mr. Chair, you might have questions.
Yeah, okay. And, you know, the focus, as I understand, is forest and flood related.
Yeah, it's flood related for the piece that we're orchestrating. He may have other meetings, or they may have other meetings, but the meeting that we're focused on, meeting and tour, is solely focused on museum. And this has been spearheaded by our two senators as well as Representative O'Halloran. They're the ones that really stepped forward and requested this meeting and have orchestrated this visit. So we're very pleased about this opportunity.
Okay. Lena, yeah, go ahead, Lena.
And who is this again that is coming, or what department?
Yeah, at this point, it's U.S. Department of Agriculture. So yeah, right now we aren't at liberty to reveal who's specifically coming. So
so I'm just thinking that, sorry about that. Even though it is the museum fire, I think we need to just mention the drought that is, I'm sure you may be bringing it up just to say there's a drought happening here as well. And so, you know, that's across our county and across the state and the western states even. So if we can mention that and impact on the economy, I think that'd be really good for those that are meeting with them. That'd be just my input. Thank you.
We could certainly provide information that they can take back with them. I think, you know, I can work with Trey on that.
Sure.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet.
That'd be good.
Great.
All right.
Couple other things, Mr. Chair, I can move on and finish up. Today, the County Elections Department and the County Recorder are administering the election for this Williams School Board. It's an override election, so that's taking place today. And so really just want to appreciate our County Recorder and our election staff, new staff too, Esther Musta, Wendy and others, and of course our current staff out at County Elections. This is the beginning of a very busy election cycle for the next couple of years. And so just want to credit them and say that we really appreciate their work. Thanks. And I believe, Mr. Chair, that covers my list of items for today.
Okay. Yeah. And, you know, on that last note, you know, Patty, if you're out there watching, you know, don't get too excited there. I'm here to keep an eye on you. No, actually, I'll follow up. I say that in jest, and Patty knows that. They do work really hard, and we appreciate all the work you've been doing with Patty, Steve.
Elections is a family affair here at the county. Everyone pitches in.
That's right.
Name it, Public Works, the Sheriff's Department, department heads, staff, we all staff it. So it is truly a big family affair here. So it's an important function, and we want to put everything we have into that most cherished opportunity. Thank you.
That's right. And so just to note, we do have a drop dead at maybe a couple minutes before 5 o'clock. I think we'll finish before then, but just in case we run up against it, I have been asked, Council is going to consider the maps that we created with redistricting Flagstaff City Council in this case. And so been asked to, visit their meeting in case they had any questions. So we have that happening. Let's see. So we're now at item number 18, which is our roundtable, and we go through our district updates and committee updates if you have any. So District 1, starting with Patrice.
We'll keep it short and quick since city council meeting's coming up soon. Been working with the county and county staff on the congressional visits and USDA Forest Service just for EWPP funding and discussions on forest health and management. Also, of course, been working with the county and the community, quite frankly, on redistricting for the legislative redistricting and congressional redistricting that will continue. And had an opportunity to meet with President Cruz at NAU. It was wonderful to meet him. I got to meet him in person. I've only met him virtually, so that was a wonderful opportunity. And I'm very excited about the future of NAU with him at the helm. And there will, just speaking of NAU, some of us remember Clara Lovett, who was the first woman president at NAU. And they're going to be doing a naming of the art museum there at Old Main for President Lovett. So wonderful accomplishment for her, and certainly honor and recognition of her past service to NAU. And Mr. Chair, there's been lots going on with Metro Plan, et cetera, but at this point, that's all we need to get into right now, and there'll be more later. So thank you.
All right, and I'm sure we'll get a Metro Plan update at some point out there. District 2, Veronima.
Hello, everyone. So it's been an interesting week, busy since last week, last roundtable. I attended the NACOG regional meeting in Sedona. Had the opportunity to attend a mixer and meet several electeds from the area that are part of NACOG, and then also for the council meeting. The big thing that stuck out with me for the council meeting were issues of retention of staff and housing issues, and just not being able to recruit new staff because of housing issues, not just in Flagstaff, but in other areas in northern Arizona. So that, again, highlights the need for us to address some kind of housing issues here in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. I also attended the CPWAC board meeting and committee meeting where we were talking about water issues and just getting caught up moving forward. I had the opportunity to attend Brian Furuya. Investor celebration. My first time attending an event, an investor celebration, and wishing him the best for moving forward. And thank you, Brian, for all your service to Coconino County. I had the opportunity to attend an event at the Murdoch Center last Saturday for the Los Muertos to celebrate the Day of the Dead. And then on Sunday, on Halloween morning, got up and participated in the Aerobic Winter Challenge kickoff walk event at Buffalo Park, and that was a lot of fun. I'm part of the second floor county team. We'll run for cupcakes, so we'll be out there working out, and encourage everybody from the county who can participate to please come join us in this challenge. And then I had the opportunity on Monday to get a walking tour of all 3 buildings of the Guidance Center with Chief Executive Director Lauren Lauder, and had the opportunity to see all the services and get a better sense of the mental health support system here in Flagstaff. And so it was a great opportunity to observe and have conversation on how we can help address mental health issues in our community. And with that, I guess that's all my report for this week. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Geronimo. And then skip District 4. We know Judy's battery went out on her, so we'll go to District 5 and Vice Chair Powell. Lena. Can't hear you. You're muted. That's $1.50. Not a quarter. Nope, you're still muted. Keep trying. I'm seeing a mute button there. And you're working your way through that. No, you're muted. See, like I said.
There
No.
we go.
Kerching, kerching. I said $1.50. I thought it would come out.
I should be a pro at this by now, huh?
I love it.
You're muted. I like that. So, yes, boy, it seems like we are busier than ever, huh? We always think, we're gonna take a little break, but it doesn't happen. So anyway, we've been, I went to the Friday in Page. We finally did our grand opening. Miranda and I attend that Grand View Overlook dedication. Little park. It's really nice. Has Navajo theme that is in all four cardinal direction. It explains that. This was a really positive project that was done during the pandemic, and we finally were able to do a dedication. From our county, we use our CREC funds to help with this project. City of Page, Parks and Recreation put money into it. The Canyon Club of Page and the Friends of Lake Powell. It was a collective effort, and it turned out to be really nice. So if you're ever in Page, you'll be able to stop by there, the north side of Page, at the community there, just north of the school. Went to Window Rock. We've been having meetings with the county, Navajo officials, county elected officials with the Navajo Nation, and having conversations about broadband as we move forward. And the board had taken action to move forward with the broadband through Highway 89 and 160. So we're going through the process. Matt Fowler and Helen Costello, and we are working together to, they are working to get the right of ways, to get those approvals from, and meeting with all the landowners, the BIA, ADOT, the National Forest Service, the Park Service, Navajo Nation, Hopi, anybody that owns a strip of land through Navajo Nation or on these highways. So we continue to do that, and so now we're working with Navajo Nation, and all the counties are coming together because there's counties across the New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona that are also working on broadband as we are. So we'll have another meeting on this Thursday in Chinle. So I've been co-chairing that with Navajo Nation Council Delegate Key Allen Begay. And so we're having another meeting on that. I was at NGS. There's a manufacturing business there that wants to come in and possibly open a manufacturing company on the site of the NGS in Tichy. So we met there with the businessmen and the Navajo Nation Economic Development staff, the Tichy officials and council delegates. There's a whole slew of people that came together just to have a conversation. I continue to advocate for vocational education center and economic and a business incubator on the site. And so we had continue our conversation on that. Of course, broadband, getting them to support our broadband initiatives as well. So that's what we're looking at right now. We have the balloon regatta that is coming up, which we sponsor or help sponsor with one of the sponsors from our county on November 4th and through the 7th. So if you're in Page, you'll be able to go to the balloon regatta there. We also have the last time, we did do we did hold the court, Flagstaff Justice Court and City of Flagstaff Court hearing into the city on October 14th. And we were able to really help people to be able to get their, appear before the judges and get their cases cleared up and be able to move forward or address the issues that they have. So 13 individuals came and it was really good. And we're gonna be continuing to hold those sessions. So then we have another meeting with BLM. I wanna thank Steve, our county manager, for joining and really standing up for our county with the regarding the wave. And we have we're going to be meeting again here soon. And the wave, where they're doing a Steve, you might need to help me on this. They're going to do a geo mapping. Well, I guess there's an app that will tell, that has like, it goes like 100 miles, 200 miles. People be able to get their registration or be able to buy a permit online within a certain vicinity close to the wave, and they'd be able to go the next day. So we're still having meetings on that. It's not complete, it's not finalized. We have another meeting coming up, and that's where we're meeting with Kane County, City of Page, Fredonia, and trying to see how it will all be finalized. So we're working on that. Once it's all finalized, we'll be able to bring it and make sure that you all know about that. So that's where we're at right now. Thank you.
And you did a good job explaining that for what you had explained to me and what Steve had explained to me. Steve had to step out, Lucinda's in his stead during the meeting here. And so I think you did well in explaining it. Lucinda, did you want to follow on that?
Lucinda's the only one that got snow.
Right. No, I'm good. Thank you.
So, and I want to thank Sue, and we've been all of our meetings that we're having, and we continue to work on tax preparation also. I want to thank Steve, Lucinda, Sue, our health department, Michelle, just really helping out to see how to set up and be able to help people prepare their taxes for them again. So we're now in that tax season of preparation, we're going to be training our volunteers that will be coming through, and we'll be able to help people with their prepare their taxes again this year. So I want to just thank the county. It's so needed out there for individuals that are really don't know how where to get their taxes done, or else they pay too much to get their taxes prepared. So we work with the IRS on this project, and it's really a good project for our citizens out there. So thank you, our residents, and we even go out to or help people in the White Mountain area also, Apache. So we have partners that we're working with. So thank you.
All right. I bet you have a lot more going on too, as we all do. So I'll do my district report. It's been a little bit of time, and I'll just have a few snippets. And part of them are associated with roads. I did meet with and speak to board members with the Arboretum. Every time you get a new board member or new director coming in, we do not maintain Woody Mountain Road, but you know what their opportunities are with the Forest Service. Did have a very good conversation with. I'll just note I did reach out to Dennis and had a half an hour conversation with him, Patrice, just so you're aware on it. But really good, really neat guy, looking for the right things to do. In terms of Belmont Roundabout, a couple weeks ago, I was thinking, oh, it's getting close to completion with the punch list. Let me go out and take a look. I got out there, and it's the curb was run over. Some of the interior designs were run over. Some of the signs were run over, and shortly thereafter, I had a couple of community members starting to email me and realized that I apparently, at least by word, I found I've been villainized out there because there are areas that trucks are running over. Now it is driver's error, but even so, you know, beg the question of one, they're not quite done putting the signage up, so. There are pieces that still need to come to completion with construction, and that's a frustration for people whenever they're in construction. I went through 13 roundabouts in Sedona when they were being designed. It took about 2 months for the community to start to see the functionality and associated with it. Nobody's going to be fully pleased, and yet it's different. You know, it's changed. Change brings about some level of discomfort for folks. But I did go out and visit with a couple of community members along with Christopher Tressler. And, you know, Chris has taken in points of is it fully functioning, and what pieces are missing. And so our team, along with the contractor, are still working through those issues for the sake of the community. We'll see how that goes, and what, you know, if there are needed steps, what we have the opportunity to address. We won't be able to address everything that people want, but our staff's looking at that. In terms of, I noted last week that I'm stepping down as chair on certain transportation committees, as well as potentially stepping out of NACOG's TPAC, providing other regional council members the opportunity to step into those seats. You know, it's succession planning. I'll be present, and we'll have the opportunity to continue transportation advocacy as a board member, as well as all the networks I've developed over the years. So I'm not going away, but providing the opportunity for transition and continuity associated with those. As noted, my daughter has gone through surgery, needs a month of recovery. I'll be stepping aside for a week. And that week, for the board meeting, I'm only going to attend the presentation from the state auditor. We'll need the vice chair to step in for that particular meeting. When it comes to CSA, I will step in for Medium County Caucus. We do have the vote. I have put my name forward hoping I'll continue as chair. Doesn't mean I will. If other people put their names forward and I lose the election, so I'll need all your proxies to help me out to get elected during that if you cannot attend. For that, when we went through committee designation, Patrice, you were filling on LPC. The CSA piece will need you to carry the CSA meeting. I will not be able to attend the CSA. And for any board member, if you're not going, you don't need to submit your proxy, but we'll definitely, they don't have legislative items right now. It's more of prepping for the season and a lot of the leadership changes that Trey already went through. But we have a little bit of time to move into those sessions. A note, again, associated with the district, Snow's comment. So our staff's working on putting messaging out there for people you can't be parking on the streets when snow removal happens. We encourage the public, particularly in the unincorporated communities, for our folks to put their equipment on the road and to push the snow further out. We need you to stay off the roads, park in a more appropriate place and take care so that we can have better snow removal for our groups. Just a note, and I'll reach out to you, Lucinda, for Kachina, we haven't used that snow bus piece that we've coordinated with the school district. I think it probably would be good that we do a messaging together with the school district to help the Kachina Mountaineer communities be aware of what they're doing. And first year will be a time of change, and it'll be challenging for people to develop their patterns on understanding that. So just a thought associated with that. And then Steve noted the holiday letter, so I'll hop into the, it could be the chair's report or the district report, but yay, lumberjacks on the cross country. We just took both big sky titles for men's and women's, and both of them are nationally ranked. We're wishing them well during regionals as they prep for that. And so hopefully we can move on to the national stage again and see if we can do some repeats or improvements associated with that. So, and then coordinating the redistricting. I know Lena's been reaching out to Native American communities for our proposed District 7. I know Geronimo, you're reaching out to community groups locally. Patrice and I have interacted with the Flagstaff City Council associated with that. Based on messaging we've already developed, I've been reaching out with Verde Valley communities, both, again, reinforcing we've done a lot of work. Now we need the cities, we need the community members to reach out and really put those points to the IRC so they hear our region loud and clear associated with that. But that's taken a lot of time. Geronimo and I reached out to NACOG regional council members while they were down in Sedona. I also heard from the city of Sedona. They've taken positions consistent with ours. I believe city council and Flagstaff are considering that, and other Verde communities are doing that as well. In the meantime, we've, letters for the sake of the board. We got the Grand Canyon Trust Coalition letter on Grand Canyon Protection Act out as we had an early letter to support the Northern Arizona Forestry Operations Training Center, which we floated around to everybody that staff had done. Got that one out and sent to the EDA regional office. A letter of support to NACO's application of funding support for building resilient economies in coal communities initiative under the US EDA ARPA networks and community practices opportunity. Oh my gosh, that's a mouthful. And then we got a letter out to the IRC submitting our map, as we had noted earlier on this, with comments associated with it. Went over the Medium County CSA board. Also attended Brian Ferrugio's investiture just a pride of our county, just watching, and Rose, Rose worked together with Brian over the years. Good turnout on the legal side from the county attorney's office, from the courts, as well as the Court of Appeals, and a really neat event. And we represented the board and appreciation as we spoke to everybody for everybody's sake there.
Can I add, Mr. Chair, on that?
Yeah, go
It
ahead,
was
Lydia.
so nice to learn more about him and his family, how he dedicated everything to his father. That was such a nice ceremony.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It was special. And as noted, his father actually was in a Japanese internment during World War II, but family bringing presence of topic, as well as working with community and how we move forward in many ways. Brian represented that so well, and will be a great addition to that appeals court. And then the last piece was I went to the Oak Creek watershed. Oh, that's a district specific celebration in Oak Creek Canyon. Had a chance to actually now work with our more recent, within the past year, more recent ADQ representative that works on the area. One piece that we've continued to try and advocate for, whether out at Fort Toddell at the top of the watershed, or for the campground up that they consolidated to stop the remote camping throughout northern section around Coconino with fire threat and other areas and Pump House Wash, but also down through the watershed and the unique waters of Oak Creek Canyon. Bathrooms, we're really trying to work really hard, and they're also doing additional studies. They're going to update their DNA analysis for wildlife, as well as potential plumes that come from other tributaries, and trying to see where sources are to see how best to address protecting that unique waterway. So that is just the tip of the iceberg for all that we all are doing. So appreciate everybody for what you're doing. Everybody's substituting in at the right time for depending upon what our issue is. Thank you. It's been really good. With that, just check back. Lucinda, do you have any follow-up for us?
I don't believe we have anything else. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Well, at that, I'm going to hop on. In this case, Patrice and I have been working with Flagstaff City Council. They've asked both of us if we could just be present if they had questions. Steve will try and hop on from a staff perspective. We're going to go to that meeting at 5 o'clock and see where the redistricting conversation goes. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and look forward to our future sessions. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.